Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another quarterfinals match for this year's OWC. Joining me right now is Tuklet, and I'm Chifos. How are you, Tuklet?
I'm doing great. I have really fun casting last match, and I am excited to see these also two great teams, Britain and Philippines, going to clash each other.
Yeah, they're gonna clash, and boy, I mean, if you just ignore this match and look at the past few weeks of both these teams, they have been clashing plenty enough. Like the UK had a really tough matchup against South Korea, and got some really good performances and almost had a comeback, while the Philippines just kind of 5-1'd Netherlands out of nowhere, which people didn't really expect. So
yeah,
it's like just good performance all around, but I mean, if you just look at UK, I think UK had the harder matchup there last week.
Definitely harder matchup. Especially South Korea really underperformed on round of 32, but they suddenly show up and beat United Kingdom 5-2. And Philippines, they had struggled versus Canada on round of 32, but that was kind of a bad matchup. And when they find the right matchup, they have delivered. And they have delivered in a passion. So it's really interesting to see these Filipino squads going against United Kingdom. But overall performance, I would say the favorites are United Kingdom, but who knows?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment that the United Kingdom is favored to win this one, just by the sheer history of the country and all the players you can see there. They're just very good, and if you look at the last week's performance, they've actually got the top score on a lot of different maps on the entire round. So like you get the best score as a 4-man squad compared to any other match in the same round. I think that's very respectable, and Philippines didn't really get to that level. They got respectable scores all around, but the UK definitely have some skill sets they can look out for and just abuse.
Yeah, Philippines have struggled early stages, and the maps are getting harder and harder. But still, it's their chances because the map pool isn't that hard enough right now, at least. So if they can take United Kingdom down, it must be now.
Yeah, I mean, if they can't do it with this pool, they for sure can't with the next pool either, because things just get harder, and I think the UK is a bit better in terms of scaling than Philippines.
Yeah, but Philippines definitely have a possibility to win this uphill battle if they can perform. But well, Philippines is quite on a dice sometimes because they have their highs, they have their lows. So we'd want to see their highs right now, especially if comparing to dice, they should definitely show that 6 there.
Alright, I mean, that's a number. Nice.
Nice roll.
Alright, the Philippines are gonna go for the second pick, and the UK are gonna decide first or second ban. I would imagine ban in order to not be that important. Probably going second, just to see if Philippines ban something UK wants to ban.
Yeah, well, for Philippines, I'd say they have lots of things to ban. Especially, I do not want them to play hard rock against United Kingdom, because United Kingdom hard rock players are really like evils, like they're like monsters. Well, probably they have slight chance on hidden because Philippines players the Philippine side are probably good with hidden, and they have performed on hidden as well. So I'd expect them to pick hiddens, not hard rocks.
I mean, if you just look at the past performances, UK just got demolished. They approached 8-10, and Philippines might just ban it away. Oh, they're actually going for the first ban. That's interesting. All right.
Okay. We'll
Maybe
see.
it doesn't really matter, I think, in this context, because both teams should know what each other are good at, and I don't think the UK will ban a map which the Philippines was planning to ban, and vice versa.
I think UK have lots of headroom to fix their picks while on the game, but for Philippines, the everything should align at this moment. So they should have probably a better band pick for comparing to United Kingdom. They should. It's a must.
Alright, the UK is trying to go for their first ban, which we'll hopefully see anytime soon. I would probably expect some of the easy maps to be banned out of the map pool, just to make sure that the UK has that slight advantage on just, raw skill set.
Just ban Nomad 1 or Hard Rock 1, please.
I mean, that might actually be tempting for them, to be honest. I would definitely see the highest FC rates and just highest scores on those maps.
Yeah, well, suggestions for me for all those future players. If you do not have anything to ban, then just ban out simple ones. Okay, Banger is out. We have Cross Time out of the pool, and it is interesting because I consider United Kingdom as a better hard rock team, but interesting, they do not like to play Cross Time.
It might just be the case that it's a bit of a weeder hard rock pick, and they might just not have a very solid foreman lineup. Yeah, Philippines with the number 2 ban doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think everyone saw the score from Bubbleman.
Yeah.
And UK generally, and also like just the score on the number 2 last week. Yeah, you don't want to leave up the stream map there.
Then probably same goes to Nomad 5. It's a ban material for them. If they cannot really play Nomad 2, then Nomad 5 should be the same.
I mean, Nomad 5 is a lot more speed focused. The Nomad 2 has very long streams and stamina, and the UK is just really good at that. I don't think they're really that scared of the Nomad 5 performance, because before Nomad 5 ban, you would probably ban DT2 because it's just way streamier and way more raw skill.
Yeah.
I think Hidden 2 would probably be a good bet because the UK just kind of got a freeway FC on Approach 8 Hidden and got the best score, I think, on that round on that map.
Yeah,
I think that's a solid ban.
Double Time 2 and Nomad 5 are so much alike. I just consider Nomad 5 as a Double Time pick.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. It's very speed focused, but the Nomad 5 slot has a lot more aim involved. And the DT2 is just way more. Yeah, it's the Hidden 2 ban, which doesn't surprise anyone here.
Yeah.
And we'll get to the last UK ban, which, I think anything's open, really.
Please not Double Time 4. Please, no. I want to see it.
I mean, the Double Time 4 might actually be a fair bet, because some people might not be too comfortable on it, but I don't think either team is. Like, if the UK isn't comfortable, then the Philippines isn't.
Wait, Bubbleman's question is that...
Yeah,
can we double ban a mod? I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, there's no rule for that, because if the rule would only exist if the map pools were actually still having 2 modded maps, because then you could ban out an entire mod bracket, which you wouldn't want to.
Okay then. Okay, United Kingdom not playing it fire. They are banning Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, I think that's something you definitely mentioned early on, which is the Hard Rock 1 or Nomad 1 definitely more on the easy side, and you will probably expect the best scores to come out of them because they're very straightforward. There's something you would see in ranked maps, which is generally in stuff you would even farm PP on mostly. It's the closest to that type of style, while the other maps just have way more varied skill sets.
Okay, so Philippines have banned Hidden 2 and Nomad 2, and United Kingdom banned both Hard Rock 1 and Hard Rock 2. So let's say, we have first pick.
They're actually going for free mod too. All right, that's very interesting. I would have expected a lot of different maps to be present. With like No More 6 would be a really spicy one. I think Bubble Man and just the team of the UK should have like a solid 4-man lineup for that, or at least 3-man lineup. But they're going for another, banning a Hard Rock map, or like a Hard Rock A map, and then going for another A map. But this one's a bit more awkward than the Hard Rock one. It's also slightly harder.
Okay, we have a slight correction from Yaze. From quarterfinals onwards, the number of bans increases to 2. However, each team may not ban more than 1 map of any mode bracket, excluding no mod. So HR1 ban is invalid for United Kingdom, so we're gonna have a second ban again. From
I totally knew that. I'm a commentator, by the way. Jesus Christ.
You commentated, yes.
yeah, I'm a commentator, by the way. I know all the rule sets. I know it just as well as the Bible. I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ. Alright, yeah. I mean, essentially every community tournament does it differently, and it's slightly hard to keep track sometimes. But
you might have messed them up a little bit.
Yeah,
okay.
should have checked it out. Okay, so they're going for TT3 ban. That is alright.
Okay.
Trying to wrap my head around that one. Sure, why not?
Well, DT3, not a convincing ban, I'd say, but not totally clueless also. Well, if you don't want to play some speed maps, then why not? Okay, so I think the free mod 2 pick is gonna stay.
Yeah, I don't think they will change the strategy.
Yeah, which I really love to call it Aether map.
It's the Aether map. Oh man.
Yeah, they're gonna pull Aether, and I have seen somebody pulling Aether, putting hidden hard drive on it. I have seen it. It should be interesting.
Alright, yeah, this one's a CS3 map, so the circle size is a lot bigger, or like the raw circles, the radius of a circle here is a lot bigger than you would usually see. It is a free mod map, so there will be at least 1 hard rock and 1 hidden on each side. And whatever mod they can pick, they will just pick it or not. I think it will probably end up being 1 of each mod, which is the bare minimum, and then the rest going no mod. I can maybe see a hard rock picked twice. I don't think I would see another hidden. It really depends on the team if they have like 2 hidden specialists, but otherwise I would mostly expect no mods.
If I would expect, I would expect Sidorn's hidden, I should say, and rest of the players going hard rock, because on the last match Romaniac played 3 hard rock 1 hidden, and that's actually a viable pick because its circle sizes are big, so why not?
Yeah, but the thing is, if you actually play this with hard rock, this one on hard rock is slightly harder, or like definitely a fair bit amount of harder than the hard rock 1 map, which is actually just aim, because just this one on hard rock has just that much movement in it. The circles are big, but to get the star rating up that much, you need a lot of movement and just big spacing. So this is like really big spacing for the entirety of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So it's not one of the easier maps.
That's actually a good job from the map selectors to balance their free mod well, not giving advantage to exact 1 mod. So props to you.
Great job, map selectors. Oh, I thank you.
You thank yourself on your stream. Okay,
sometimes you gotta pat yourself on the back. All right.
Yeah. Oh, my hands don't reach my back, so I can't do that. Sorry.
Man, poor Toklat. Alright, yeah, we do see Bubbleman on hidden, which doesn't surprise me because I figured he is like a really big area. Other people can probably just go for hard rock and still be really confident on this type of stuff. Yeah, Bubbleman is going for the hidden hard rock, so it's slightly overmodding here. Let's see if it pays off.
Okay, so Philippine players has good sense with lower ARs and big circle sizes, so they tend to not hard rock but just no mod with the 3 mod picks. Definitely Zone Luis doing hard rock is an expected one for Philippine Squad. Well, expected, but I didn't expect any miss from there. Okay. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, the map, we got another miss by Majora here on the UK side, but currently there's still a slight combo lead for the UK.
Okay. well, Zonlu is on a hard rock is not doing great. He has been missing some accuracy here and there, and also combo. Silos is slowly recovering, but 2 full combos to 3. Okay, actually, Blue Man actually missed before, and okay, Boss missed. I think I better shut my mouth because I'm cursing here left and right.
Yeah, because who knows, the Philippines might miss any second now. Oh, there it is. Centuro and Boss both missing there, but that's a huge combo from the Philippines gone. Now this map just doesn't really stop, and we're just halfway into the map.
Well, combo-wise, still, Hyuk is doing great. Silos was doing great, but he missed, so that's a gone combo. We still have a full combo from Bubble Man, who is doing great with the accuracy of 99. Okay, that's great performance.
I mean, you mentioned Bubble Man, but that might have sounded too similar to Blue Man, so Blue Man just kind of missed there.
I'm not... Okay, I'm sad.
I mean, there's still a bit of a combo lead because Majora is still having a 600 to almost 700 combo there, and Bubble Man and Hyuk both like still seeing there.
Yeah, well...
I mean, that's not a combo for Majora anymore, but this should still be in the UK's bag. This is a 500 or 400,000 points lead, and we're just getting into last jumps, and there we go. That's still a solid 400,000 point lead for Freema 2. AFC by Bowman, great job also by the Philippine side, getting a Nomad FC.
That's a good accuracy from Bubble Man. Okay, Zonlu is saying that he's also stuttering. That's probably why he's doing bad on Hard Rock, but we'll see.
Yeah, feel free to restart your game to get that thing checked out, but yeah.
It's not a bad thing if you restart. You can always do so if you don't feel like it. I mean, don't feel right. Okay, so next pick for Philippines. Okay, the Asia map is over, so...
The Philippines does have a bit of an extra information which they wouldn't have gotten otherwise, which is the Hardrock 1 ban they wanted to go for, but they couldn't, so they banned. So the UK banned DT3. The Philippines might just go for Hardrock 1 then. But I don't think they... I mean, could they go for something else? Probably more likely than going for Hardrock 1.
Probably some maps from the Nomad will have a great chance of winning for them, I'd say. Because basically, there are landmines everywhere on the pitch, so it's important not to step on them, especially those hidden are looking a little hard for Philippines to get it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm just trying to look at every mod bracket and I'm thinking, yeah, free mod might be pretty solid, right? Because you can definitely get the most points out of free mod, but then I look at free mod 1. That's kind of hard. The free mod 3, yeah, that's really consistently difficult or like just long for consistency. That's probably gonna be more in UK's favor, but maybe free mod 3. But I just look at the other mod brackets. I'm just thinking, yeah, that's UK favorite. Yeah, that's also UK favorite. Where do you go from here, actually?
You know, at these kind of instances, I would actually say Hard Rock 1 is a viable pick.
Yeah, I think Hard Rock 1 or Nomad 1 each seem pretty solid. They're gonna go for DT2, okay. So they do think they have the stamina, just for this one. We'll see.
Okay, so if Philippines do good on this one, they have chance on Nomad 5 as well, so we'll see.
Yeah, they definitely would. But it's still something to take into account where people miss, because this map has very low aim level with a very high just stamina difficulty and just speed and stamina you just need to have for this map. If you can't play the speed here, you're just gonna get a B or C rank, definitely. While in Nomad 5, even if you don't have that much speed, there's like, I think there's still like a big difference in terms of speed requirement between both maps.
Yes. Well, okay, it's 3 maps, so... Well, it's either both teams' game, but seeing Bubbleman's performances on the stream maps I would fear him if I was a player on the Philippines side.
Yeah, we'll see how well Bluebellman is going to perform. Yeah, he did struggle on the speed DT last week, but this one's always like, what, 20 BPM lower? But it is a lot more stamina heavy. So UK looked like, with like really high levels of speed, UK looked like they have a solid three-man lineup. And, you know, the Philippines picked this one and might just bank on there just only being a three-man lineup for this one as well.
Yeah, but since it's their pick, they have probably some good skills on the pocket, so they must have prepared well. The thing is that if they lose this, the momentum goes to UK so hard. That's what I'm worrying about.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm just seeing two other picks which the Philippines could go for and realistically contest UK on. So if they don't have this one and they win all of the more contestable picks, they just have 2 points. And the UK still has a bunch of maps to choose from, and then the Philippines have to fight an uphill battle.
When you can tell a match is an uphill battle, is that when you see a team, then you find it that the team doesn't really have that much pick to compete on. That's actually an uphill battle for. Yeah, so I would definitely worry if Philippines lose this, and it would really limit their selection of the maps.
Alright, we got into the beginning, which is kind of an introductory phase, and now we'll get into the longer streams. Missed by Zone Louis here. Quite a few egg drops generally across the board by Bluebellman, for example. Majora currently holding a 99% accuracy, which is insane.
Oh, Zone Louis is not doing great. It's probably had something to do with the stutter. Look at his accuracy. He's dropped down below 90s, and it's looking grim.
We got a bit of a Freeman show at the bottom here.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna restart this.
Some people just definitely wanted the spotlight over others.
Okay.
Could this actually maybe be a DC by Cedro?
Okay. Disconnection.
Oh no, he's back. Alright, he's in for a solo show. Oh, he's hitting the streams at 95% accuracy, still holding a solid combo there. It's halfway through the map, and he's keeping on hitting the streams. He's dropping a bit of accuracy, but we'll get right into the other players here. A lot of combo colors are mixed up here. Almost looks like Hard Rock.
Indeed, you're right.
Yeah, just a bunch of misses by the Philippines, but if you just look at the UK, the map is almost over, and you have a 3.2 million points score from them, 3-way FC, and just I think there's 2 FCs from the Filipino side, Cedron and Sanox. I don't know if he actually FC'd at the end there, but yeah, you get the 3 FCs there, and well, they might be not 3 S ranks, but the accuracy is slightly low enough so that you actually get an A rank, even if you FC.
So you're doing a great job getting all the spotlights and FC the map, but it was a bit short, I'd say. Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm worrying is that if they have lose DT2, it basically all of the DTs are probably out of questions, I'd say. And No Mode 5 goes the same. So there are picks limitations, judging by the performance right here.
Yeah, to be honest, I probably can expect any kind of pick here from the UK side, except for No Mode 1 and Hard Rock 1. I don't think they should go for that either. I don't think they should go for Hard Rock 3 either. I think anything else is fair game. I could see all of the No Modes except for No Mode 1 being picked. I can see all of the hiddens being picked. Free Mod seems very possible as well. Yeah, especially Free Mod 1.
I can definitely see UK picking DT4 and just jam it. That's a possibility.
I think that is a possibility. I think if they would go for it, the UK still would be favored there, but I think they have other solid picks to go for because the UK just is apparently lacking a solid foreman lineup for most of the really speedy DTs, and the DT4 has a very respectable level of stamina requirement.
For Philippines, I'd say they can resort to No Mode 1 and Hard Rock 1 for the sake of them FCing and United Kingdom making a miss. That's a possibility, and they can definitely resort on that.
I'm just trying to expect any kind of pick, but I wouldn't be surprised with anything here. Bubble picks? No one won. That's probably just, it's messing up, yeah. And that is hidden free. Yeah, like hidden free makes sense. I think on all of the hiddens, I think the UK is definitely favored. And hidden free is a ribbon focused map. It is a swing ribbon, so like the entire map is in 1/3. So like it looks like 216 BPM, so it looks fast, but it's actually not. It's more like a 140 BPM alternate map with a bit more finger control required because the ribbon isn't that consistent. Yeah, it's also on hidden, so that just makes it a slightly bit more hard for some of these players if they're not used to hidden that much. Also, it's something you don't really play a lot, so if you don't have a lot of experience on this type of swing ribbon and on hidden, you'll probably see a lot of low accuracies.
Yeah, definitely. What you say is really true, and you do not definitely want to just sight read alternate map with hidden. But if you are prepared, then it could be a pick. But I'm doubting if you can really perform on that tournament stage that much. But we'll see. The players are great, and I think they can perform. Well, will we see a single tap?
I don't think you would. Let me think. I mean, I think it's possible, but I think you'd probably rather see alternate, like everyone alternating.
Definitely. We should see alternating players, but who knows? Things can happen.
Yeah, even if you see someone like Doomsday who could probably single tap this one, I still would expect him to alternate.
It's a risk to take, and you don't want to take that risk when in tournaments. Okay, I think Bancho is on a quite crispy state for Team Philippines. Okay, even for the bubble, even for United Kingdom.
Bubbles line is dying. Great.
We're kicking people here and there.
Yeah, we'll get sorted through some technical difficulties, and then when we'll have all the players in the lobby, we'll get started right away.
Bancho is probably dying inside.
Oh yeah, that's almost normal for some weekends because there's just so many tournaments sometimes going on. So many spectating clients, and it's just most people are playing during the weekends as well. Alright. The 8-man lineup is in the lobby. Doomsday is coming in for this alternate map. Great, wonderful. I think this is right up his alley, to be honest.
Yeah, and Sidorian is out. Bancho, please, no, don't do this to us.
We are having some ghost players in the lobby.
Yeah, Bancho is dying.
But otherwise, I think generally this will be a solid pick for the UK. I wouldn't expect 4 this year.
Yeah, definitely not.
You can expect a few higher combos, but I think it's mostly gonna come down to the accuracy and some of the mid-tier combos. Like, I can see a lot of people just kind of getting a 300 combo, they're missing, and then they're seeing the rest. But like actually getting a full combo on this and a good accuracy is gonna be really rare as a combination, I think.
Yeah, Fincher did a great job. Well, not full combos, but at the frame mod with hidden, so I'm expecting him to perform here. And Chalk is also a great player with hidden, so we'll see.
Right, but if I just look at this lineup, I would definitely see the UK side just having a 4-man lineup, while Central would be really good at hidden. It's all about the other 3 players to also perform well.
Yeah. Well, look at the UK side, they are all beasts when it comes to pretty much every mod, so... Especially Doomsday, the old man, can play anything with hidden.
I mean, Doomsday has been in tournaments since ages.
Yeah, ages,
I mean,
like...
It feels like even before I was born, he was playing those tournaments.
Really?
I mean, I'm not that young, but like it feels like it because he's always there.
Okay, I was sweating. How old are you? Well, Doomsday definitely one of the legendary players of the Oz. He has been playing since almost the beginning.
Yeah, he's been there since way back in the age of like probably 2008, 2009.
Well, he's basically the Aussie himself, so. Okay, we are moving in.
Alright, let's get into this swing rhythm pick. It is about 3 minutes long, and it's plenty of patterns and faster styles actually to break on.
Those swing rhythms really is a good take on hidden picks. The let's say unique, I'd say, compared to 1/4, and you can just really be creative and jam lots of patterns that are really hard to hit. Especially 1/3 rhythms are really great.
Oh yeah, I think people would put a lot more of this style into the pool if it would just exist in the way it does here, which is consistently difficult. And we do see a bunch of misses there right after at the first slide velocity increase. Doomsday, Cedaron, and Forfin missing there.
Okay. 2 full combos have been traded, 2 full combos left for each side.
You definitely see people who are really uncomfortable with hidden, for example Forfin, struggling with the accuracy and just the combo. Might be a combination of either not being that well versed on hidden or the swing rhythm card.
Okay, so basically no more full combo on the Filipino side. And Bubbleman is holding his full combo, I'd say?
Yeah, Bowen's still holding his combo, which is great. I think everyone else kind of broke until this point. But the accuracy lead is quite high into UK's favor.
Yeah, you'll see what we have said, because, seeing these players of this caliber missing here and there on this kind of map is a sign that this map isn't that easy.
Yeah, it's only 5.8 stars, but it's definitely... I think that star rating is lying there. That's very misleading.
Well, it always has been.
Oh, that's Bowman. I felt that one.
Oh, good. Yeah, I saw that too.
I mean, funny enough, with that miss, there's a... is there actually a combo lead? I don't think there's a combo lead in the Philippine side. It's kind of even right now. Never mind, there's a combo lead for the UK now.
Yeah, she's gonna just miss. And that is brutal.
But generally, once the combos are just gone in the match, it's all up to the accuracy, because having the 1 million points you can achieve at max for a normal pick, well, a bit more for hidden, like 30% is gonna come from the accuracy proportion. And the less combos are actually present, the more accuracy is gonna shine and make that big difference. In terms of score, well, Bowman just missed right after the break on the first note.
Yeah. But at this point, the missing isn't really a problem, because Fortune is tanking his accuracy in a large margin. Seeing 84 on this map isn't a good sign for the
Yeah, it just shows you that you don't really have a solid format lineup for it, which is the reason why the Philippines didn't kick in and why the UK definitely did.
Well, Shock with a pretty solid combo. But I think that isn't quite enough for a Philippine side.
Yeah, there's a really good 900 combo coming from the Philippine side, but Doomsday is there to match it.
Okay. Are we gonna see a C on Philippine side?
You might want to highlight the players who are actually holding a combo there.
Wow, Shock with 1000 combo.
We got another solo show. But yeah, that was just the case of having a solid 4-man lineup and just barely having a 3-man lineup, I would say. Senjuro definitely good hidden player, but isn't fitting the swing rhythm, which, it's definitely really hard to accuracy properly. But Hyuk here, really good performance by him. Getting a 2 miss. Could have been an FC there. but I don't think it would have been enough otherwise, because just the accuracies across the board are just gonna be better on the UK side.
But scores were actually closer than the last map, and well, if Doomsday wasn't performing that much, it could have been a Philippines match point, strong point. So little tension going between these teams, but still UK performing better at this point. And now next pick is for Philippines, and I definitely don't know what to pick right now if I was on the Philippines side.
I mean, I would still look for the harder one and Nomad one.
That's
style maps.
definitely a go-to pick.
The Philippines isn't that good at aim, but I mean, you definitely see on Black Choke, for example, you just don't have a foreman lineup and you almost lose by default in that case. Maybe there's something else, they have a solid foreman lineup. I mean, I'd be surprised if they have one on Hidden One or something, but can you kick forfeit? Man, come on, he wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
No, it's probably just him being a ghost player in the lobby.
You should not kick players.
Yeah, and they're gonna go for the Nomad one.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, one of the more generic maps in the pool is something people are more comfortable with, and this one's all about the consistency here. I think everyone should have the potential to see this, but I don't think they will, right? Because it's just longer, and but I will definitely see way better scores on this one than on the Black Choke map we just saw, because it's just something everyone knows, everyone can kind of play. Even people with no aim can kind of play it and get like a 5 miss score with a lot better accuracy than the other more spicy skill sets.
It's basically a coin toss, so we can roll on either side. Well,
except the dice are rigged in your favor if you're a better team, but otherwise, it's still, yeah.
Rigged on... okay. So, this was scripted after all.
Yeah, right. I mean, we definitely know that UK is gonna win this one, then UK is gonna pick, I don't know, Nomad 6, and then they're gonna win this one, and the match is over. That's the script.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, there's Spotify one? Sorry.
No. That should not be the case. No, that should not be the case. No, that
yeah, I was reading an old draft, sorry.
Yeah, we have a better version of it. It will be updated every match, after every song, so we need to see at this point.
Oh yes, this one's 200 BPM, 3 minutes and 30 seconds of just jumps here. Let's see how well they will fare up. This is one of the best chances for Philippines to actually get a point.
Players are still having hard times getting friendly with Pancho right now, so...
Right, sometimes you just have to have a little bit more patience here. Apparently Philippines is also getting hit by a natural disaster, which might actually make sense here for some of the connection issues on their side.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone is safe in their homes.
It's a sad thing to say, the natural disaster ruined the tournament. We have had situations like at the very first iteration of OWC, I remembered Japan being out of the tournament because of that.
All right, because
that's a different story. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's sometimes you just can't do it on any other way. But for now, everyone's here, everyone's trying to play it, and we'll see how this pick is gonna go.
The Philippines have a good chance on winning this, so they should focus and not be pressured. But that's easier said than done. So
yeah, right. They do have a good chance in relation to other maps in the pool, which definitely are lower chances of actually taking a point off of the UK. But in the end, it's still, I think, a very uphill battle, because the UK just has been performing phenomenally. in the previous stages and this one, like it's gonna be hard. We do see an early miss by the Philippines, 2 actually, but it doesn't mean that it's over yet because there's plenty of paths to miss on. And the worst part to miss on the map is actually in the midway point, like right down the middle, because you just get the 2 lowest combos you can actually get.
Yeah, if you miss in the right middle of the map, you feel like you're terrible, you just want to jump out of the window, but please don't. But that mental scratches are really hard on the players. But they should not falter because everyone is prone to miss.
Right, also please only jump out of your window if you're actually living on the basement level, then you're fine.
Please don't jump. Just hit the jump.
Yeah, we see a few more misses here from the Philippine side. Salos and Hyuk here, both missing. Still a 4-way FC by the UK.
Well, Ventus coming in and Ventus is performing really strong.
Yeah, Doomsday. Actually, this lineup kind of reminds me a bit of the old 4-way lineup back in the tournament. I can't remember which. But I remember the UK just picking every single lane map and winning on them because they kept 4 FC. What James Knight was on the team back then? There was a bit of a different team here. Well, Teases obviously can't fill the shoes of James Knight here, unfortunately. But you know what? There's still 3 more FCs to go for the UK side. Also, Ballerman isn't really feeling this map apparently.
Yeah. I was about to say Zonless is holding his combo, but he missed. So no full combos left for the Philippine side, but they do have decent.
They don't have decent combos. I wanna actually correct you there.
I just want to shut my mouth, really.
But the thing is, everyone in the UK side also missed here because there's no FC left from the UK side. They actually had a 4-way break there on the stream and let's jump. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's actually a combo advantage for the Philippines.
Yeah, Hyuk is holding great combo here. Okay, we still have a chance.
That's 300k points difference. I don't think, even if Hyuk actually FCs until the rest, he would make the difference here. Because he missed early on. If he would get an FC, he would have a lot more points there. Oh man, even more misses on this low part here by Zone Luis.
Okay. With those jumps. Okay, Maltese are missing. But still, United Kingdom being strong on this pick.
I mean, the combo advantage is in Philippine side, but I think the damage has been mostly done here because there's only about 10 seconds or 15 seconds left of the map and there's 200,000 points. Well, Hyuk is gonna have the highest score here. I think it's still a decent lead by the UK.
Well, time wasn't enough for them.
And that was actually a lot closer than I expected, especially when you consider the early stage where 4 people were holding with 5 front combos. Against, I think, only 2 or 1 FC on the Philippine side.
Okay, so Zone Luis is definitely not having a greatest time with his host clients. But great performance by Hyuk, actually netting the MVP of the game, the best score, and also best accuracy, I'd say.
Well, yeah, that's definitely, it is the best accuracy here. Solid accuracy by those 2 Philippine players, Salos and Hyuk, but the combos just weren't there, and it's gonna be another point for the UK. We'll see another pick by the UK, which, I mean, there's a lot of avenues to go for. I don't think they will really go for Hardrock here. DT might be a possibility, but I would most likely expect either him, Fremont, or one of the spicy nomads.
How about Nomad 5? I think there's a good chance for UK to pick Nomad 5.
Yeah, I think Nomad 5 would be solid for the UK.
But in, my brain says so, but my heart says Nomad 6.
Yeah, well, you're right. I was also thinking about the same thing, where Nomad 5 is a lot more standard, where it's just a speed with a bit of aim. I think we're seeing from both teams that they have decent speed here. Nomad 6 is just way too spicy. I'm thinking you came out better there.
Picks have been made and it is hidden 1. Is it?
Yeah, it's hidden 1. I mean, we did mention that hidden is definitely a pool which is favorite for the UK. And outside of those specific picks, Philippines doesn't really have a lot of other things to pick.
At the hidden 3 pick, Philippines have proved that they have not much players that who can handle hitting that well. So it's a bit worrying on the side of Philippines. But you know, if you don't perform here, then you don't anywhere. So you should expect Philippines to at least net a point. Yeah, hidden 1. Well, it is a pick for United Kingdom actually.
Yeah. If they want to get a point in, I don't think this map is the one to do so. This one's gonna be really tough for both teams, but I think UK is gonna be performing a lot better on this one. It's 170 BPM, so it's not on the higher side, it's also not extremely low, but I would definitely call this BPM a very comfortable BPM for most players to actually play. The big thing about this map though is its length and the way the patterns are created. It's very jump heavy, also with a decent amount of streams, but the jumps are, I think, a bit of a similar style as 302, which UK picked, which is pattern 8. So you have a lot of wide angles, and then you have squares, you have the whole package of stuff you don't want in a PP map.
Actually, not much players have full combo this on previous matches, so we would expect the same, but if one is to get a full combo on this, that will be a great advantage to their team.
Yeah, like if we see 3 FCs by a team, that's gonna be one of the best, if not the best score on this map. I think that's essentially what you can say about most of these maps in the pool here, because the pool is getting harder and harder over the time. And yes, I think just seeing 3 or 4 FCs are gonna be even more rare, increasingly so.
Okay, anytime soon we're going into the game.
Alright, it still is very aim focused as Nomad 1, but in a very different way. So we'll see, compared to Nomad 1, how people feel on the pattern aim on this one.
Yeah. The only saving grace on this map is that it is AR 9.2, which is fairly standard on today's standards, of course. But if this was like 9 or 8.5, this would have been really hard hidden map. Yeah, definitely a great job on not doing this on AR8 map.
Oh yeah, if it's another AR8 map, it would be just way too dense, and I would have 2 density picks in the hidden pool.
Yeah, those cursors are gonna dance on that wobble stream.
Yeah, we do see a bunch more misses coming in from the Philippine side. There's only 1 miss so far from the UK side. That was a interesting accuracy drop by Blue Woman. I think he misread a stack there, but he still has his combo, which is all that matters. Doomsday missing an entire stream there.
Oh.
Well, you say 9.2 in approach is decently standard for today's standard. I would probably expect this type of map, if it's ranked, to have 9.6 in it, just because the patterns are that spicy.
Yeah, it's really that dense when it comes to AR, and 9 and 9.2 definitely doesn't have that much difference, you'd say, but still it is a little relief when it comes to AR. But you know, it's fun for us to watch, but not for the players to actually play these kind of maps and practice them. So
I mean, I think this map is really fun
to play.
That's just me.
Yeah, well, me as a Phenom player, I also say the same, but I shouldn't say that on the stream because they'll think me as a weirdo.
Alright, Mr. Sotox lover 123.
Okay.
Right, I missed right before the long slider by Jörg. That's gonna hurt here.
Okay,
that's gonna be a huge combo advantage for the UK.
Yeah, Bubbleman and Major is still holding strong. Major is making an early miss, but have recovered decently since then. Okay. Okay, those jumpy patterns are not doing favors for Philippines team.
You can see when it comes to patterning, the UK is just way more comfortable on this type of style.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're going into the last PI there, and I'm into some of the last spinners. But so far, it's a huge lead by UK, 9,000 points. 1 million, maybe even higher leading. There's gonna be a few more misses coming from the UK, but there's just no combos left on the Philippine side here. Only Hyuk is trying his best here, but I mean, you can't really fight against a 1.2k Bowman combo here.
Yeah, Bobman is popping off, really. And also Doomsday with a decent combo.
Yeah, we'll get
Nigeria had a little oopsie on the middle of the map, but yeah.
Yeah, last few jumps, which should be decently simple here, and a few sliders here for Bobman to reach the 1 million points and go beyond. There's gonna be a few last few jumps. Is he gonna see? As I missed by Doomsday. Alright.
Okay. What Bubbleman did full combo this. What a man. Look at that accuracy, 99.5. I think this probably is the highest accuracy we have seen so far. And the score as well.
It could actually possibly be. I'm not sure about the team score, but I think the team score by the UK is pretty solid here. I think they could have performed better, but they did perform pretty well here.
And the score is 5-0 on favor of United Kingdom. And it is match point for them. And okay. This
I'm
best
just
of
looking
11.
at this. If you look at Nomad 1's performance, maybe Hardrock 1 is a possibility, but I don't know. It's gonna be really hard pick from the Philippine side here.
But
maybe going for Fremont for like just a curveball, maybe.
Going Fremont is definitely a curveball, but the best choice for now would be Hard Rock 1, I'd say. Really.
Yeah. I think Hardrock 1 or maybe Hardrock 3 are like decent shouts, but it's UK is a pretty good team on Hardrock. So I wouldn't blame Philippines to not wanting to go for the Hardrock bracket here.
If they're comfortable with double time 1 is pretty normal, I'd say.
Yeah.
So that could be a choice.
Yeah, I think DT1 is a decent shout as well. Going for this spicy option, which, I think I just became a fan of the Philippines side here. Philippines team, I want them to get this point just because they picked this.
Yes. We can give them a point right now. Well, that's not okay. But this map is so fantastic because we have all longed for it.
Look, I think no matter what, even if the UK get more score, I think the Philippines still won this point.
Yeah.
That's gonna be my take on it.
If UK wins this point, UK wins the match, but Philippines have won our heart.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll get into the also project Piano X40, and it's Devious Panda map, one of the many custom maps of this map pool here. It's a very rhythm-focused pick. It's 140 BPM, but it has so much more than what it says. It has plenty of 1.6 and 1.8 streams. So usually when you see 140 BPM, you think that's pretty slow, let's just double time it. Or maybe it's an alternate map where it's just a bit space. But this one has a bit higher time signatures, which means that it's that much faster, and the way it's also laid out, it's just different speeds into different speeds. So if you can't like adjust while streaming, you're just gonna get a lot of 100s and maybe just even break there. And this map does not let go. It's 3 minutes. It might just be 5.4 stars, but it is respectable difficulty.
You should like fix that 5 to just write some curves on the 5 to make it 6.
Yeah, just drag that one down and have a 6.4 here, because I think that's more akin to what its real difficulty is, maybe even higher to be honest. But if you think back of Hidden Free with the Black Choke map, I think we can see a bit similar performances, except slightly better accuracy. But I might be biased here, because I just can't play 1/3 Ribbon Swing on Hidden, but I can play this, so I'm not too sure about that. But I think just this being normal is a bit more accessible here for most players.
Definitely. Just getting Hidden out of that jazz rhythm is great for accuracy wise. Oh, but this one also has some spicy spacings when it comes to aiming, so I'm not sure if they'll get full combo. Look at especially those little space between notes and sliders are really nasty to the players. I will not be happy if I were the player to play that map. Okay, so Senjuro is having a hard time on this rhythm. But
Yeah,
the
and
Philippine squad is actually holding combo, so.
yeah, and we'll get right into the first Ki, and we'll probably see most of the misses coming in here. Central already missing here, Voss as well. The rest are holding strong, but I think this is the part where you get the 1/4 into 1/6 rhythms just constantly thrown at you. Oh, missing just on the last part of the Ki. See there, come on.
That's so heartbreaking to see. So we still have the half of the map left, but Senjuro is not having a great time here.
Do you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing two people with 99% accuracy. Well, one guy with 99% accuracy. It was short-lived.
What? 99? Oh! I couldn't believe until I see the actual accuracy of Kingling.
Yeah,
Wow.
Maltesers actually also had a 99% accuracy, but now he also lost his combo. I think things are just not looking good for him, but you know, he got a 99% accuracy at some point of the map, and that is respectable.
Accuracy on this kind of map is really an ability for the player, a status that is indicating that they are a good player, especially when it comes to rhythm.
Yeah, it just shows you the mastery and just actually the mastery all over the skill set. And sure, you can maybe sometimes eke out a decent combo here and there, but if you truly mastered something, you definitely also couple that with high accuracy.
Ah, look at that Kingling, actually so comforting to see.
He's just popping off here. Oh my god, that was actually a huge drop by the UK side, while the Philippines actually have two decent combos here.
Yeah,
Yuka's trying his
actually.
best with a 900 combo and the Zone lose with a 500 one. This is a huge lead for the UK side though, because the earlier combos. But I mean, if people keep on missing here, Ventus is the only combo left.
And his combo stays at 500, so Shock is on his 1000. But Zonlu is missing. That is critical for Team Philippines.
Yeah, but even though the Philippines still have a combo lead, that's just too much damage that has been done here with the accuracy lead and the combo lead. And it will be the last point for the UK. You know what? I still think the Philippines won this one because they picked this banger of a song.
Yeah,
Thank you there.
definitely. I'm with you. Definitely. Okay, so the match have been concluded, and United Kingdom on the losers bracket defeats Philippines 6-0 and advances to the next day. Well, sad for Philippines, their journey of OWC ends here, but they have put up good performance up until this point. And also, they have earned your heart by picking that number.
Yes, shout out to some of these performers like Sidon getting a 98.8%. He actually had the highest accuracy on that last map at the end, man. I mean, there's Philippines, just keep on returning the next few years and just get better, and you'll have a better shot than unluckily getting a match in the quarterfinals against the UK. That's just, the brackets are insane this year, and you know, Philippines had an uphill battle. They did try their best. Fortunately, it wasn't enough, but maybe it'll be enough next year.
Well, Philippines wasn't even qualified last year, and they have made it this far. And more we can hope for them on upcoming years. And their roster is actually looking strong.
Yeah, I mean, if you just compare last year not qualifying to this year beating the Netherlands 5-1 pretty handedly, and then getting kicked out of the tournament by the UK is no shame to anyone, because they'll be looking to go really deep in the tournament. But yeah, congratulations to the UK. That was this match, and we'll have another match 13 minutes from now on.
Oh, that is a good match to come. You know, just by the name values of these matches, you could have expected Russia to just beat Malaysia, but Malaysia is doing great. I mean, who they have fought against proves that they're a good team. So that's a match to see.
Yeah, there's plenty of spicy matches coming up throughout the entire day, the weekend. There are definitely a few highlight matches here with the USA versus Brazil and Germany versus South Korea. That's also going to be extremely spicy.
Mm-hmm. So we have more matches to come, and wow, I just want to sit back and relax and watch these matches. But casting these matches are so fun too. So, well,
Yeah.
it was, this is it for me today, and I think you'll stay for the next matches, or are you
No,
gonna-
I'm actually also gonna head out, but for now we're getting to a half an hour break until the next match. We'll see you there, whoever's gonna take over. Yeah, thank you for watching. That was it from us today. Goodbye and enjoy the rest of the weekend's matches.
Okay, shout out to everyone who supported this match, and please don't go anywhere.
The only team that's made the US look beatable. And they're so close to
Exactly,
doing
yeah.
it here.
Indeed they are. And the UK, a great team themselves, deserve to be where they're at.
Finishing third last year, their highest ever finish. Even losing now will give them the highest finish they've ever had.
And
But they
here
want gold.
we go. For the United States, it's Fiery Rage, Idke, Toy, Vaxi. For the United Kingdom, Bubbleman, Spare, Sororoxis, and OP James. It's on the line. The UK need to win or this tournament is over. The United States looking for their third US World Cup title. Will they get it here or will they be denied?
Slow start to this one. It will ramp up very quickly into some nasty technical patterns.
Yeah,
And
UK
that's
gonna
when the
have
meat of the
the
match comes in.
And here we go, getting into it now. Is anybody gonna be caught out early here? So far, no one. OP James is the first one to get caught. Sororoxis right behind. Early advantage for the United States.
Its consistency from the US is proving why they might even be named US World Champions 2018.
Roxas with another drop. Big drop from Sororoxis. He's failed. He's missed the entire stream.
And the US have 4 full combos. Through the first section, absolutely insane. Idke will be the
Idke!
first to go.
Yep. The UK really needed that, didn't they?
They needed it more than ever. But there goes Space! Slider breaks on the slow part! Fire
Oh,
the
and
drop as
Fire
well.
Rage though. Gonna trade.
Bowman, the
Not
only full combo for the United
over.
Kingdom.
It's not over yet. Almost halfway through. Spare finds another miss on the slide, but he had really low combos, so that's not gonna hurt the UK too much.
Toy and Vaxay, 2 giants of the US right now. They're doing
And
it.
the UK need one of them to fall quickly, or this is gonna turn really ugly. OB James and Spare have missed! Double miss, UK! And the United States are drawing closer to the World Cup title. A third of a map away, but Toy has fallen! Vaxi's the only one left! He's
One
taking on
intense drop
Bubbleman!
section coming in.
The supporting combos are there for the US, but they're getting there for the UK as well. Vaxi and Bowman, Idke and OP James dropping together.
Vaxay just has to hold. If Vaxay can hold, they will. He dropped!
He does
dropped
it!
the
He dropped! Bubbleman, corner of the map left. Is there enough time? The British are coming. The British looking to deny him. Sororoxis with the miss. Triple miss from the UK. Miss from Toy. Fiery Rage.
Bubbleman can do
is
this.
still holding.
Bubbleman can do this!
Bear drops. Bubbleman. Is he gonna do it? It's not. Oh, it's so slowly going over. There's not much time left. Are the USA gonna win, or will the UK force tiebreaker?
This is going to be so close. Bubbleman's score is about to rocket up and towards the end of the map.
Oh my
Is there enough
goodness!
time?
Is there enough time? He's trying to pull it back. He's trying his
It's gonna be
best.
so close.
It's getting there. Toys dropped.
He's done it! Bubbleman's done it!
He's done it. Oh wait, yes he has. Oh my
so
God!
close.
He's done it. He has
70
done it.
points.
He has done it. 70 points. 70 points. I don't believe it!
What?
Bubbleman is the man! The myth,
What?
the legend!
What?
70 points!
What the? Oh, I want to say it so bad!
Oh my goodness, it's coming home, boys!
Bubbleman! Arbitrator!
Slap the
Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Click.
Good morning, or night, or evening, or afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OSU World Cup. We are here in the quarterfinals stage, and I'm joined here with T1G, this one guy. I am BTMC. T1G, how are you feeling?
I am feeling great. I'm excited for this round. There are so many good matchups this week, including the one that we're about to see.
I agree. Indonesia versus Argentina. That's what we have coming up next right now. It's pretty awesome. What are your thoughts?
I think, you know, on paper, this looks like a very good matchup. You've got an Indonesia team that took Germany to the brink last week, the 5-4. Germany had to go to tiebreaker to take them out. Yeah, that was probably one of the biggest highlights of last weekend against an Argentina team that, you know, they're coming from the losers bracket. They had the 5-2 win over Estonia, so a little more straightforward in their match. But I think these are teams that match up very interestingly with one another, so it should be a good match for sure.
100%, I agree. As for predictions over on my end, I'm really leaning over towards Indonesia from the start, mainly just looking at their roster. They have players like Skydiver, Lifeline, Vino, and these players really scale with map pools. So as they get into later stages of the tournament, I just feel like this roster really just helps them perform better and better. Meanwhile, on Argentina, they still have very, very proficient players, but I feel like it just doesn't scale as much as Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. You know, Indonesia, their skill cap is absolutely ridiculous. We saw some of what they're capable of last week with some of their ridiculous scores on the DT picks, where they were getting over 4 million a couple of times, which is something that not a lot of teams can say. Meanwhile, Argentina, a little bit lower. The scores in common didn't look as great. Their scaling doesn't look quite as strong on paper. But we're still at that kind of middle stage. You know, quarterfinals is not like the 7-star finals, grand finals map pools that we'll be seeing in a few weeks.
Definitely.
So I think there's still room for them. I think they can definitely make this competitive.
Yep, still the quarterfinal stage. All right, it's not really pushing that skill cap too hard, but all right, it leaves that room for toss-up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I think it'll be interesting as well to see the strats going into this one. I think, you know, Argentina seeing those scores that Indonesia put up last week on DT will almost certainly include some speed in their bans. Indonesia, I think, has a little more room to play with because I think they are a little more well-rounded and that skill cap can help them out a bit. So, you know, the strats are a little bit easier maybe for them, but I think both teams are capable of very good performances on this stage. So I think we're in for a good match here today.
I agree. This match is going to be awesome, and I'm super excited.
So we are going to get into their roles. You know, you get a little more strategy starting up this round as we do start having 2 bans per team instead of just one. So there's a little more of an opportunity to remove some maps from the pool that you don't feel great about. And then going into the best of 11, of course, just, you know, puts a little more of an emphasis on your stamina over the course of the match, having to go an extra couple maps, maybe longer, before you close things out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Along with the map pool also increasing in size respectively, going from 15 to 20 maps, I believe. So, making up for the extra bans, the extra length and time, but it also gives both teams a lot more options to really make a much more strategic approach with their lineup.
Yeah, and you see a kind of complementary, you know, increase in skill sets. You know, you bring in the Nomad 6, right? Everybody loves the Nomad 6
The
or hates the
Nomad 6. Ah, yes.
It's like one of the most polarizing things, you know, whether you're that kind of gimmicky rhythm-based player, or if you are just more of a mechanics player, you're gonna hate that type of pick. So that's the sort of thing that I think a team like Indonesia can actually do quite well on. You know, get an extra double time, get an extra free mod, a couple of those extra kind of skill sets bring into play. You get some AR 10.3 in the DT. So opening things up a little bit more for teams to play around with the variety of their skill sets.
100%, and I agree wholeheartedly because Nomad 6, the newest addition to the pool in the Nomad pool, can add a lot of interesting aspects to the game because it really usually that extra slot is reserved for what you said, gimmicky maps or just skill sets that aren't typically challenged a lot in the earlier stages of the pool.
Yeah, you know, we wait a little bit in the pools to get those types of maps released and have that extra slot added, but once we do, it definitely makes for some interesting scenes. I remember back to last year, you had the Chan Sleepy Tea map. I just remember Azer SSing that intro and everybody freaking out because it was so absurd, the rhythm requirement of that type of map. This week's Piano X Forte, really no different in that regard. So going to be able to see, I think, some very cool maps. This pool, I think, is really interesting. And as a player yourself, I'd definitely like to hear your thoughts because I'm one that doesn't play through pools. So I'd like to hear as well from you, who's, I think, more of a mechanics player, what you think about this particular one.
Oh yeah, definitely. I am participating in this year's World Cup under the USA team. As for Nomad 6, I'll tell you, it's not really in line with my particular skill set, mainly because it relies a lot more on finger control and alt, I would say, because it uses a lot of really complex rhythms, 1/6, all right, and in combination with 1/4 rhythms. So you really need to have your finger control as well proficiency on both of your fingers. So Nomad 6 is definitely like one of those maps where if you actually practice and enjoy playing those types of maps on a regular basis, you will 100% exceed and have a stellar performance. But if you have been neglecting that skill set for a very long time, you'll find yourself in a pretty sticky situation.
And right off the bat, we do see one of those new maps banned out. It is the Double Time 4 ban. So, of course, going up to 4 DTs this week. That is going to be our AR 10.3 pick, which I believe is the introduction of AR 10.3. Argentina deciding to ban that out. So that's kind of what I said, where you expect to see Argentina banning out speed against this Indonesia team. And I think that's something interesting where you bring in these new skill sets and they just instantly get banned out. Like you talked about, having to have that particular skill set, whether it's for Nomad 6 type maps or whether it's for AR 10.3 types of maps. Not every team has it, and so some of them may just immediately get rid of those types of picks.
Yep, that's just sometimes how it works. Seeing a first ban from Indonesia, it's going to be Cross Time, Hard Rock 2. That one's mainly low circle size, so very, very small circles, a lot of precision aim, all right? But usually when it comes to aim style maps, it can also turn into a lot of a toss-up. So Indonesia, maybe their strategy could be trying to go for more consistent picks where they know they can overpower their opponent in raw skill rather than that extra little RNG aspect through aim.
Yeah, and I will also note on that particular type of map that Hard Rock 2 last week was the closest map that these two teams had in common, and that it was also the smaller circle size Hard Rock pick, or one of the closest maps between them at least last week's. And that was, so Indonesia may be feeling that that's not quite the skill set that they want to lean into in this match. Like you said, maybe wanting to go into more mechanics, which I think is a good expectation for them because they are an incredibly strong mechanics team. The Hidden 3 ban going to come out as the next ban for Team Argentina. That is the VTuber hidden pick by Captain One, Black Joke. So maybe wanting to get rid of Hidden, wanting that particular pick out. Hard to say exactly because it's not like it's an AR8, so you can see a clearly delineated skill set with it.
It actually is. It actually does touch on a very specific skill set, and that's the fact that the song itself is a swing style song. So it's more in like 1/3, 1/6 rhythms. So if you're not used to that, you'll find yourself dropping accuracy extremely heavily, and it's more favored towards alt players. So that's one of the things that's going for them, and maybe they're just not feeling it.
Yeah, that could be the case. That kind of awkward rhythm thing, something that, again, if you're maybe one of the weak teams that just isn't quite as good at that skill set, it's something that's getting introduced here. And then Hard Rock 3, Tantan Men, going to be banned out as the final ban for Indonesia. So double Hard Rock ban from that team. Getting rid, I don't know if that's actually allowed. Do we know if that's allowed to ban two maps from the same mod pool?
Give me just one moment.
I'd have to double check. I was under the impression that it wasn't, but I'm not 100% sure offhand. I'd have to double check. Yeah, okay, that is not actually allowed. So that is, Hard Rock 3 is not going to be the second ban from Indonesia. They're not allowed to ban two Hard Rocks. They will have to choose a different ban for their second and final ban here. A little bit of a learning curve here. It seems not used to the rule set, perhaps.
Maximum of one ban per bracket. The only exception is Nomad. So unfortunately, Indonesia will not be able to ban Hard Rock 3, and they'll have to opt for something else, not from the Hard Rock pool.
Yeah, and I don't know what to expect as the second ban. If Hard Rock 3 was what they were going to go for, kind of an awkward, difficult Hard Rock pick, so maybe they would want to ban out, like, I don't know, a Nomad 4 type of thing, like get rid of a tech pick. I'm not actually positive what to think this would maybe be, but it's got to be something other than Hard Rock. We can say that much.
Oh yeah, definitely. It also shows over to Argentina. If they were trying to ban it, maybe that would be a good pick for them. Who knows?
Yeah, we saw Argentina playing a couple of Hard Rocks last week. They played Hard Rock 1 as well as Hard Rock 2. So they played both of the Hard Rocks on that pool against Estonia. I believe they did win both, albeit against a relatively weaker opponent. Their scores on those maps were not that great. Indonesia also played Hard Rock 2, and they did beat them on it in terms of, comparable score. But, going up a stage, so it's hard to say. So we are going to have to wait now and see the final ban from Indonesia as they decide on a new one.
Yep, still figuring that out. Then again, it's Indonesia. They really do have like they really have the advantage when it comes to flexibility when it comes to maps. So maybe they're having some trouble trying to figure out which map to ban because they're just so comfortable.
Yeah, and it's gonna be free mod 1, which is of course the small circle low AR free mod, couple breaking, CS 4.7, AR 7.8. So if you're not if you're not a
where you really
player,
pick your poison.
yeah. So they're going to get rid of that pick. So that is going to be the bans completed then. Indonesia going with Hard Rock 2 and Free Mod 1. I guess they just do not like small circles. They want regular size circles on their screen. Thank you very much.
I think it adds a lot more to their comfort as well. All right, I know when it comes to smaller circle size, it really does accentuate every little tiny mistake that you can ever make. When it comes to normal circle size formats, it just feels comfy when you're so used to it.
And that is going to be a Nomad 5 first pick from Argentina. So that is our 235 BPM Nomad pick. The Nomad 5 slot, of course, typically reserved for those speedy maps. And that's the first pick from Argentina. I think I'm a little surprised by that.
I'm as well.
I really anticipate Indonesia being better at speed. I don't know.
We could see a mix-up over here. A breaking of expectations as Argentina starting things off with their first pick as the speed pick. 235 BPM with lots of bursts and a couple of linear patterns as well.
Yeah, and this one's going to be an early pick that goes heavily into the consistency. I believe this is one of the longer maps in terms of combo in this pool. It's almost 1,700 combo for NFC. So you've got a lot of circles to contend with.
Oh yeah,
in this one. I'm very interested in this. Now we know slow burn. Of course, typically a pretty decent speedier map player. Be joined by like Salia, Kata, and Pain, but I mean with Ro, Rexyz, Skydiver, and Vino, Indonesia looks pretty scary on speed maps and on DTs.
So overall, looking like a really good matchup for the first pick from Argentina. I'm excited to see what goes down.
Yeah, this one should be a bit of a good barometer, I think, for how this match is going to play out. This particular skill set, you know, whichever team looks favored has several other options, like the DT pool and like free mod, you know, a couple of free mods that are a little faster. But we're going to get right into it here quickly. Map number 1, Indonesia, Argentina, starting off on Temptation, Nomad 5.
Already, just in the intro of the map, it kicks things off on a very, very fast note with multiple bursts. But we see many players from Indonesia still holding very high accuracies, showing that comfortability with the BPM.
You've got Skydiver, Vino, had both the SSs early on. However, it's going to be the first break of the map coming from Ro, about 200 combo in. So Argentina will have the early lead here. Luxalia holding on to his SS and 99% Act Plus for Pain. So a couple players doing quite well early on that side. But as we said, decently long map, just about 3 minutes long, and a lot of combo on this one. I don't expect to see all that many full combos. But so far, players looking, like you said, pretty comfortable on this one. There's a break from Pain, though, misaiming a pattern, followed up by Kata on a slider break.
I think one of the things that's very underrated about this map is actually the aim string, because there's multiple linear patterns in this map. That compounded with the speed, 235, makes it for a very straining map for your aim hand as well.
And that's something we've, I think, seen a little bit of in these Nomad 5 slots as we see Ro breaking his combo. But it is, you know, some small aim patterns that make for a difficult experience. We saw the same thing last week in the Nomad 5 there, where you had some streams and bursts, but you also had that aim control requirement. You know, that linear aim. There's a break from both Vino and Kata, like you said, just on those linear 4-0 patterns. Easy to miss. Pain going to find a break as well for Argentina. Things not looking super great for them. Slow burn, the expected top performer in this map for them so far. But Skydiver on the FC still for Indonesia, one of their best performers so far this tournament.
Slow burn also holding on to the full combo as well, matching Skydiver.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the supporting combos aren't looking too hot.
It's It's been a bunch of breaks here for Kata and Pain. There is a break from Vino on Indonesia, but his combo is kind of the least impactful on that team. It's all on Skydiver, backed up by Rexys and Ro. Meanwhile, Slowburn looking for whatever help he can get from Lexalia and Pain here. But Kata's really struggling for Argentina.
We do see a really, really big lead for Indonesia right now, but that could easily disappear if Skydiver were to break his combo and Slowburn were to hold. But Slowburn does break, and all of a sudden, Argentina, things are looking very, very dire for them.
Yeah, this is, I don't think, an optimal first pick there. And we did see breaks from Rexys and Vino, but Skydiver and Ro just keeping on like it's nothing. Kata breaking once again. The only combo is 650 on Pain, and that's just not enough to match or make up Ro and Skydiver, and it's about a 300k lead. I think Indonesia's got this one in the bag here as we come into the ending.
And Skydiver just continuing his reign on a roll. And we'll be closing out the map with a full combo.
Yeah, this is a really good play from him to start this match off. Like I said, he has been an incredible performer for Indonesia, and he's just leading the way. And that is a break point on map number 1, so maybe a bit of a mispick there from Argentina. We questioned it immediately, and I think we were correct about that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Indonesia really showed up, laid down the law for that first pick.
And that is Indonesia 1-0, and now they control the board. And I think it's probably going to be a DT pick here, knowing what they now know about their relative speed. Much stronger, I think, in that skill set. If only shown by that map, that was 500k score difference. So looking very good there was Indonesia.
Oh yeah, the information play here is actually really, really huge. There are many speed maps in this pool, specifically centered around the DT pool, both in terms of speed, stream, duration, and just bursts in general. So they have a lot to work with if they realize that they have the speed advantage.
Yeah, I think Double Time 3 might be a very good pick here, or DT2. Would be a couple of solid options if they do want to go into that DT pool. If not, then they've got, kind of their choice of other skill sets to go into, but I would expect, based on their previous performance, probably one of those DT picks, because they do have 3 of them available.
I think the closest one in terms of skill to that Nomad map, Temptation, is actually DT1, because DT1 is more speed, but also aim littered in as well. And we've seen most of the players actually struggling with the aim aspect of it, so we could see DT1 as well.
That is true. I usually picture DT1 as more of the, aim focus, as you said, kind of DT pick, whereas, I'm thinking more along the lines of speed, but it is true that could be an option for them as well. I think Indonesia, a team that does like to take their time deciding on their picks. We saw them taking their time deciding on their bans. But they are going to go with double time number 2. That is going to be Grimoire of Blue, the shortest of the DT picks, just 1:38 seconds long, but it is a very tricky 232 BPM DT pick, and I think that's a good option for them to pick.
Oh yeah, pretty similar in BPM compared to the last map as well. All right, all of the players on their team are going to be very comfortable with the BPM as long as they played in the map before.
Yeah, I think they may run a pretty similar roster here for this one, judging by how comfortable pretty much everyone on that roster looked on that pick. And Argentina probably going to be pretty similar as well, like you said, the almost identical BPM, and somewhat similar stylistically. It does look like we're going to see the exact same rosters. In fact, once Lexalia and Ro get switched over, joining Rexy, Skydiver, Vino, and Slowburn, Kata, Pain, respectively. This one, 6.62 stars is in fact the highest star rating map in this DT pool. I think it plays out pretty much that way as well. This one fairly tricky to do well on, but these players I think will be more than up to the challenge.
100%.
So we are going to get into this pick here shortly. Indonesia will look to consolidate that break point, and I think that is something that they're more than capable of. That early 2-0 advantage I think always feels good, because then you can just roll with trying to win your own picks the rest of the match and feeling pretty comfortable, because you'll always be in the lead. I think that kind of mental aspect of taking the early break point and consolidating it really can't be overstated.
I agree. What I'm really interested in right now, though, is the roster lineup, because we saw on the Argentina side that Kata was really struggling on that last pick at 235 BPM. Now with this map at 232 BPM, I believe, after the multiplier, Kata's still in the lobby, but does that mean that he's probably is more warmed up, is more proficient, or are they out of players in order to play these types of maps?
Yeah, I think that is one thing that you kind of see struggles with from some teams as you get later on. They sometimes will not have full rosters for every pick as the skill sets get kind of more crystallized and the pools get more difficult overall. So sometimes, you know, it's a little bit suboptimal just because it's the best option, even if it's not a perfect one. We do see a bunch of act drops early on in this one, but this is a very tricky map to keep high act on all these bursts and finger control and longer streams, but everybody holding their combo, which is very impressive so far.
Ooh, until Slowburn unfortunately dropping along with Rex's on the team Indonesia.
Yeah, Kata following up for Argentina, down below 90% accuracy. He is continuing to struggle a little bit, perhaps a little bit outscaled on this pool, or perhaps not having his best day. Hard to say for sure, but he's having a rough go of things. That's going to give the lead over in Indonesia by pretty considerable margin already, a couple 100,000 points, just because his accuracy is so low and he is broken.
Still, Skydiver, showing his proficiency from the last map, is continuing to hold not only a full combo, but also high accuracy with 97% compared to the rest of the lobby.
Yep, and this is where we talk about Indonesia just having that higher skill cap. Players like Skydiver, Ro, and Vino all holding their FCs, all holding pretty relatively good
shaking like a madman, though.
Vino's
Look
cursor,
at this guy.
and he actually is going to out-combo Ro. He might actually pull off the FC despite the cursor shakes. Don't know how he's staying on some of these slider paths, but he ends up doing it. It's going to be the double FC for Indonesia. Almost a 1,000,000-point victory there for them. As we said, very short map, over before you know it. Payne brings in the FC for Argentina, but really not a lot backing him up. I think Kata, I don't want to be rude, but I don't feel like he should be in for these maps because that's just unfortunately not a very good score from him.
At least compared to the rest of the lobby, it's really unfortunate. Either he's being completely outscaled, or there's just not enough players to really fill his spot.
Yeah, that 230 BPM speed DT, streamy DT pick is not a niche that everyone can just pick up and fill. So it's unfortunate, but sometimes that does happen in these as you get into the later rounds. So the quick 2-0, Indonesia looked very, very good on that. That pick, the, what did we say, almost 3.7 million score is very, very respectable. Double FC and only one miss on their other two players.
Argentina now picking for Hard Rock 1. This is the map that Argentina picked Hard Rock 1. Indonesia actually tried to ban this map earlier, so now Argentina picking the map, hoping to get something new here in this lobby.
Yeah, I think, you know, like we said, they did see that Indonesia tried to ban this before they were told they could not ban two maps in the same mod pool. So this becoming an early pick for Argentina does make sense, and it does serve to switch up the skill set quite considerably. You go from a couple of high BPM speed picks to a hard rock that is pretty tricky, fairly technical. Show maybe something a little bit closer between these teams. We have to see maybe some changes in the rosters as well. You see Amuro and Emiru Ikuno coming in for Argentina, neither of whom were in for those speed picks. Fuma coming in for Indonesia, who also likewise was not in for those picks. So one player remaining for each team. Big roster changes. We'll see if that helps out Argentina. I think they need a little bit of change of pace after those first two picks, and they are going to get it both literally and figuratively with this pick.
Oh yeah, definitely. The roster changes are the most important part. That's really what it comes down to when you're picking a balanced team when you're first entering in for OWC. You're considering not only the skill cap of your individual players, but what they're proficient at in their own respective skill sets.
Yeah, having a well-rounded roster, having people in who can play the sort of more oddball picks. For instance, guys like Fuma in Indonesia, or Walfred, who we may or may not see at some point in this match. You know. You want to make sure you have folks who can fill, and for Argentina, to their detriment, they didn't really have somebody who could fill for the speed and the DT. as that 4th slot, but maybe they'll have a little better time going into a Hard Rock pool. Still waiting on that 4th member. It's going to be Emeru Ikuno and Emeru Ikuno 2.
Very interesting.
Thanks,
What's going on
guys.
here?
Thanks, guys, for the username collab. We'll have a good time commentating you. I feel like some team does this every year. They just want to make themselves difficult to commentate and talk about.
Hey, it makes it for a more interesting experience, am I right?
Yeah, all right. Fair enough, fair enough. So we're going to get into it. Map number 3 here. Argentina in for their first point.
As for predictions for this map, I'm not really sure which way it could really go. In terms of raw skill, Indonesia as a whole really does have the advantage, but Argentina has shown in previous matches that they have proficiency over the Hard Rock pool. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't actually start out with this. But we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you see your opponents try to ban something and then get told they can't ban it, like that would be my instant first pick if it were me. I like knowing that they wanted to ban it. But
starting things off though, Indonesia finding 2 breaks already on Ro and Fuma.
And Lifeline as well. It is a 3-way reset for Indonesia. Just Skydiver. Meanwhile, only a Muro breaking for Argentina. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good pick for Argentina. Indonesia not as big fans of those smaller circles, but you get the break in from Emeru Ikuno, not Emeru Ikuno 2. Try to figure out how to differentiate those guys if they play more maps together. But
We'll
double
see
FC
about
still
that.
for Argentina. We're almost halfway through already. This one's pretty short. This Hard Rock pool has a couple picks that are very, very quick. Just 1:47 seconds. Score gap only about 90,000.
Oh, that's a drop that full combo from Emeru Ikuno 2. Lexale is still holding on, but now it's just Lexale and Skydiver in terms of full combos. But the supporting combos from Indonesia are slowly bringing back the lead, and it flips.
It flips, but it flips with a break from Lifeline and a break from Emeru Ikuno and a break from Ro. Oh my goodness. Well,
Breaks everywhere.
Amuro's combo is going to carry this. Lexalia tying with Skydiver, those 2 FCs, but I think Amuro's combo should be enough to support Argentina here.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Lexale is still holding on to the full combo, doing the work. Skydiver also as well, but the supporting combos, they just didn't last long enough for Indonesia in order to hold their lead. They flipped it just for a moment, but then it just went immediately back after we saw the breaks.
Yep, and that's Argentina on the board, winning that pick by 216,000 points. And that was exactly what they needed. Switching up the skill, switching up the mod pool, you know, switching up the niche kind of did end up working out for them. That FC from Lexalia, very strong performance. Does match Skydiver, but those backing combos, like you said, just it's flipped over for the briefest of moments and then went back over to Argentina. They had a little bit better support at the ending.
Definitely a really good decision over on Argentina's side to finally switch things up and pick a Hard Rock map. Of course, this is their second pick, I believe.
Yeah, it's still early stages, but you know the first pick obviously not working out for them, so they switched it up and found a little more success. And now look at the second pick from Indonesia, which if I were them, I'd probably just pick another DC because you've still got 2 of them and you can pick those back to back. Because obviously Hard Rock not working out in Indonesia's favor. There's still Hard Rock 1, which is a little more of a toss-up pick since that's more mechanics-based. I don't predict we'll see Indonesia pick it by any means, but that'll be one that's probably very close. I think Indonesia does just stay in DC pool here.
I agree. I mean, for Argentina's side, I would expect them to lean more towards the aim style maps, especially since Indonesia is trying to avoid those types of maps, from what I saw from the bans. But since it is Indonesia's pick, it is in their best interest. Oh, my bad.
Okay,
It is in their best interest to really go and stick towards speed.
I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely just thought that was like in the map, in the song that we were listening to. Yeah, I think you're right though. I think Indonesia, you know, they're gonna go towards speed more than anything else. In Argentina, Hard Rock, small circles, more aim-based stuff. So once again, wait for an Indonesia pick. But I think that looking at these first couple of picks might be how this match ends up playing out the rest of the way. For an update, anyone want to follow along the other match, Russia versus Malaysia? Russia currently up 3-0. That one proving to be not the closest of matches. But it is going to be another double time pick here from Indonesia. It is going to be a double time number 3, Run Riot by Aimer. Another speedy DT, 258 BPM. This one, in fact, the highest BPM pick in the entire pool.
That is correct. The fastest map in the pool has finally made its debut onto the tournament stage. Indonesia picking it, trying to uphold their speed advantage against Argentina and just bring it as far as they can.
I think just a logical pick, and if this goes well for them, then they still have DT1 as well. So Indonesia gonna, that's kind of the luxury of being much stronger than your opponents on a given skill set, is that you can just continue to pick that skill set until you run out of maps in it. As long as it continues to go well, which I anticipate it doing. Again, a couple roster switches here though for Argentina, bringing in Penguo for the first time. Still keeping Kata in, so maybe they're hoping this map will favor him a little bit more than the previous DTs, which just their previous speed picks, which just did not.
One advantage is that the bursts, even though they are extremely fast, the fastest in this pool, are actually typically quite shorter, but just more frequent. Which could actually be a lot more straining in terms of stamina for these players, but we'll see.
Yeah, quick bursts can really, I feel like, very easily, like, that builds up strain if you don't have a very refined tapping style. We've seen speed players talk about that sort of thing. I think with relative frequency, that's a very important aspect of playing things that are speedy with lots of bursts.
Definitely.
We're still early on in the match, so nobody's going to be like tired as of yet. And that's a positive
that's
for
for
this
sure.
type of thing.
What's great about this map, though, is it does have frequent areas where there are breaks. So I'm sure if players do find themselves wearing out through stamina, there are multiple areas throughout this map where you can really rest up and gain that stamina back.
And that's something that, despite it only being a minute and a half long, that was something that DT2 did not have. Really not many breaks in that one, so you're playing pretty much the entire time. But this one's going to get underway. It is going to be map number 4 here, Run Riot. Seeing the same DT lineup here, Rovino, Skydiver, Rexys for Indonesia, Pain Sloper, and Penguo Kata for Argentina. Indonesia just looking to continue winning their own picks. They've looked very strong on their first pick, so looking for that again here.
Right off the start, we might be able to see a projection of how this map will actually go, because Indonesia is just leading with very significant accuracy so far compared to Argentina.
Yeah, it's the same problem that Argentina had on Nomad 5 and on Double Time number 2, where they just do not have the accuracy and already have 2 early breaks on Pain and Slowburn before we even get into the first Ki. And Kata once again at the lowest accuracy on their side. This looks like more of the same here, really, from the speed picks that we've seen before.
Vino does find a break over on the Indonesia side, but with 3 full combos backing him up. Oh, now only 2, as Skydiver also breaks on the very long stream, or the burst.
It's going to make things a little more interesting. Ro and Rexys still holding on to their FCs with pretty good accuracy, but Penguo and Kata, in fact, holding on to FCs. Kata trying to build his accuracy back up a little bit. He is shaking a lot, and as I say that, he does find a break, unfortunately.
The pressure got to him.
Yeah, I feel like it kind of just felt like a matter of time, unfortunately, with how much he was shaking. And so we're gonna go into the next Ki with another couple of breaks. Penguo and Ro trading off. Well, there's now no FCs left on Argentina. They've got a bit of an uphill climb here, but the breaks coming in from everyone, so it's staying a little closer than the score might otherwise. Pain with the FC for Argentina, 97% accuracy, no combo whatsoever backing him up. Meanwhile, Rexys with the FC leading the way for Indonesia, Skydiver and Vino with some combo behind him. About 2/3 of the way to 3/4 of the way through here. It's about a 300,000 plus point advantage. Not a lot Argentina can do, but pray that Indonesia completely falls apart in the ending as Vino shakes considerably once again. Dude,
Yeah,
his poor cursor.
With Indonesia right now, it's just they know they have like the complete advantage when it comes to speed. With Vino, with his cursor, maybe not showing it too much, but his performance is still showing it for the most part, with him still somehow being able to hit these objects.
I don't know how he's hitting any notes, and that's 4 breaks. Vino does finally break that combo along with Pain, Slowburn, Kata, Penguo, like almost a full reset, just Skydiver holding through. That's going to be another win for Indonesia here. They're looking very good at these DT picks. Skydiver, man, that is a good combo at the ending. I think does not end up with top score, which does go to Rexies, but another good performance from Indonesia. That's a 3-1 lead that just doesn't look like there was much Argentina could have done. Once again, Kata struggling, Slowburn struggling. You know, like I said, it's tough on these as you get later into the tournament. You might not have players who are comfortable on these maps, and Argentina looks like they really don't.
Might also contribute towards the fact that they're just being outscaled in terms of speed. As the maps just get harder and harder through the later stages of the tournament, their players just might not be able to keep up.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but it is just something that happens to some of these teams. You know, you see, I mean, rankings don't mean everything, but you've got, what, three players in the top 100 from Indonesia, as well as another couple in the top 500. Meanwhile, the highest ranked player for Argentina is ranked 447. There's nobody else above rank 700. And like, as I said, you know, tournament players and rankings don't necessarily go hand in hand, but some of that high-end skill cap definitely does carry over from solo play, and I think that's helping Indonesia out a lot.
I agree 100%. Now the question is, if you were in Argentina's shoes, what would you do to finally switch things up to bring things back into your favor? I mean, taking a look from Indonesia's side, if since it's obvious that they're trying to pressure speed as much as possible against Argentina, well, there's really only one map that they can really that they can push speed with, and that's DT1, if I recall correctly, compared to the rest of the pool. But with Argentina, it seems like this speed onslaught is finally about to end, and they can finally start going with other maps.
Yeah, and you know, you had mentioned previously considering AIM. And I think that's an option for Argentina. They've got Nomad 1, they've got Hard Rock 1, they've got Hidden 1 if they feel comfortable, and there is Hidden 1. Let's go,
there
Profit. So Hidden 1, the Yosei Teikoku Paradiso Inferno is going to be the pick here from Argentina. It's going to slow things down in terms of BPM, going down to 170 BPM. It's going to be that Isomir D'Angelo style of kind of awkward hidden aim that's going to change the skill set up pretty considerably. And I think this is the direction I would have said for them to go in. It was the direction I was saying they should go in, and it's the direction they are going to go in.
Now the question is, will things pay off for them in terms of points? They are picking Hidden 1, and they're hoping for this to be their best chance of continuing their points, trying to get some against Indonesia. With this style of map, like you mentioned before, it is really awkward aim, lots of unique shapes, squares, pentagons, things like that. And on those types of jumps, normally, unless you practice those wide angle awkward jumps, you'll find yourselves struggling on it a lot, especially since it's only 170 BPM with its very low speed relative to what most of these players are used to. We could see something that's really pushing in Argentina's favor here.
Yeah, and especially with it being their pick, you know, they have the luxury of maybe knowing they were going to go with this ahead of time so they could get their players ready that were going to be coming in, you know, subbing in for this pick that didn't play the last map. So they said, hey, go get ready on the lower BPM hidden awkward aim map because it's going to be completely different, and we're going to throw something totally different at the other team here with this pick. And hoping that it works out as well for them as their last pick did. You know, that Hard Rock did work in their favor. They're going to hope the Hidden does as well, as they kind of go away from the raw speed mechanics and hope for their aim to carry them. And as I mentioned, Walfred in on the Indonesia side, very good hidden and reading player. So that might be a big difference maker here for Indonesia on this pick. But Argentina going to bring in Emeru Ikuno again. Going to see a little bit of a change up in their roster. There's a lot to unpack here, but I think this is a good change of pace that might help Argentina once again. Definitely.
And Walfred, I do believe this is his first time playing in this lobby, can finally make his debut to see if he can help bring Indonesia that victory that it seems like they're well on their way to securing. Here we go. Starting off, Hidden 1. We'll see which direction this map will go with. Now, the intro for this map does start off relatively slow with just a couple of sliders, but once we start getting into the actual courses with all the jumps, there are multiple areas to break.
Yeah, this is that type of aim that I feel like you kind of either have it or you don't. the kind of anti-jumps, I guess is a popular term for them. You see some of them here in this intro. Walfred and Rexy is already breaking for Indonesia on those patterns. Argentina, from what I've seen from them in some other tournaments, tends to be pretty good at hidden. And they do start off with the almost four-way full combo through the intro as Slowburn finds a break, but things get much more intense, and this is going to be the longest map I believe we've seen so far, almost 3.5 minutes, so a little more room for that consistency to come into play as well.
Definitely, and like I said before, the multiple sections of jumps and also small sections of bursts and streams. There are many places to break, all right, which is why, like you mentioned, consistency really comes into play on this map. It's just not whoever can really just hold a combo for a period of time, but who can hold the most consistent combo over multiple sections of constant jumps and space bursts.
And once again, Vintno having some trouble. The shakes don't help linear aim, but he's going to be assisted by the fact that Argentina finds a couple of breaks in this Ki, Slowburn, Kata, and Penguo all missing. That linear aim, man, just look at the patterns. It is rough, and there are no real combos almost anywhere, just Rexy's. You can see how difficult this map is from both a technical standpoint of playing the actual patterns as well as reading them properly with some of the overlaps that you see. Rexy's the only one having much of a good time in this lobby.
Oh yeah, we see many players struggling. Walfred actually had a very nice combo up to 400 before breaking himself, but it really does seem like he has the proficiency. He's just dropping combo every once in a while, just through sheer unluckiness. Who knows?
Yeah, Walfred, as I said, a very good hidden and reading player, and you can tell from his accuracy that he's very comfortable with this, and he's one of only 2 players over 99% act, but finding continuous breaks like that one. Fortunately, he was matched by Slowburn, but there is some combo now being built up on some players. Looks like Rexy's Skydiver taking on basically Emery, Kuno, and Pengo. You've got a little bit of a 2v2 here. Coming into the last third of the map, it is still a 300,000 point lead for Indonesia, though, so they've got that lead in their back pocket that they can kind of run with that'll afford them the ability to miss a few times and not have it be the end of the world.
Kata also breaking again right before the core section, which is something that you don't want to happen. Penguo also dropping as well, but Emery Kuno with a 700 combo is actually in the position to finally bring things back as Rexy's actually finally breaks.
Yeah, the only problem here is I don't know if Emery Kuno has enough score possible left for him, even if he does FC the rest of this map, but he's doing everything he can to carry Argentina in this one. Slowburn with kind of an unnoticed 370 combo as well. He's matching Walfred, so it's all on the shoulders of Emery Kuno here, trying to bring this one back at the ending. I just don't know if there's enough time because it's still a 160,000 point gap, but it is coming down.
That's true. The score gap is slowly closing, but is there enough time left in the map?
I don't think there is, unfortunately. There is not.
Right, there's nothing. It's just some spinners and one final jump, and that's it.
So this one is going to end up being relatively close. Only 138,000 points, the gap between the teams, but Indonesia does come away with that. That score from Rexy's was really strong. That 776k, a very solid score, and then kind of being carried by the accuracy as well, almost 99%, and then on Walfred, 98 as well on Rexy's. Meanwhile, scores a little bit lower on a couple of players from Argentina, as well as the combos being a bit shorter. So another break point, and that's a 4-1 lead now.
Oh yeah. Accuracies can actually matter a lot on maps like these when you're expecting that multiple players aren't able to get consistent combos in order to build up and lead the score by combo. Accuracy can be a huge thing to help make things up.
Well, we said, maybe this is going to be the pick that helps out Argentina, and it almost was. That was, I think, the closest map we've had so far, but Indonesia just proving that their mechanics extend into some hidden awkward aim as well as their speed. And now they've got a pick to stretch this to a match point opportunity for themselves. And they've still got a DT available to them if they want to just continue running through the DT pool, and it is.
And of course they do. DT1, the pick from Indonesia.
And, we talked about this one. It is, the most straightforward of the DT picks here. 247 BPM, but it's AR 8 plus DT, so it's only 9.67, a very comfortable AR for most players. Aim and some bursts. It's a DT1. It kind of falls in line with the Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 1 School of Thought, where it's a little bit more of a straightforward type of map.
Yep, definitely challenging a lot more aim in terms in addition with speed, but 241 BPM, although it is quite fast, it's mainly condensed into bursts and the such.
I think we're going to probably end up seeing some very similar rosters as we have been seeing. Gives Indonesia the opportunity to use the players that have been performing so well on this type of map. Roll Lifeline, Skydiver, Rexys have been looking very strong throughout this match. Honestly, I'm very impressed by Indonesia's roster in general. They've been playing very well, but Argentina's still alive. Hoping that maybe the last DT here will change up their fortunes a bit. The other DTs have not gone well for them, and I don't know that this one will be any different, but they certainly would like to hope it will be.
In terms of a star player for this match, I'm keeping my eyes on Skydiver because this player has been in for almost every single map, actually every single map, I believe. Truly a star player for Indonesia.
Yeah, Skydiver is a guy who I think goes a little bit overlooked sometimes in tournaments. You know, he's not one of those big famous names. He's not on those teams that are winning all the badges that people are familiar with. But he always comes forward and puts up a good performance when he does play. And especially OWC, I think there's a little extra on the line for players, and they give it their all. And he's one of those players who really, I think, gets buffed in OWC. We've seen him playing very well in this match and in their previous matches. Big part of the reason why they took Germany to that tiebreaker, and a big part of the reason why they are ahead 4-1 in this match today. So we are into map number 6. This is the third pick here for Team Indonesia. Looking to sweep the DT picks available to them. They do start off with an early break from Rexys, but lots of map to come. This is 3 minutes long, pretty lengthy DT pick, more focused into that consistency. Kind of an older style aim map. Brings to mind brings to mind mappers like Frostborn, etc. from a few years back.
There's not really much to talk about right now. Kata did find an early break, but is pretty easily recovering now, especially with his accuracy over 99% right now. But he does find another break there as well, as Indonesia still holding on to their 3 full combos. Rexys has recovered.
Yeah, 3 FCs to 3. And as you said, Kata finally finding a DT map where he can be a little bit more comfortable. I think this VPM is fine for him, and the slightly lower AR, as well as just a style of map, something that clearly a little more confident in. So Argentina holding on to the lead for now as Rexys finds another break. He's having a rough go of things here. I'm very surprised to see him having broken 3 times already in this pick.
Also with the lowest accuracy in comparison to the team. But Payne?
I call it Payne. I think it's Payne, I'm not sure though.
Payne finding a break over on the Argentina side. Now with only 2 full combos remaining compared to the 3 on Indonesia, the score of the gap will be shortening, and it flips over to Indonesia.
Yeah, there goes a break from Penguo as well. Argentina suddenly down to just 1 FC, and those were very bad times to miss right in the middle. Everybody knows how damaging breaking in the middle is to your score. Lifeline Row and Skydiver just holding those FCs like it ain't no thing. Rexy is still having trouble, but his score is almost irrelevant at this point. As long as he can sort of match Kata with the other 2 breaks from Argentina, it almost doesn't matter what he does. And Penguo and Payne both breaking again. That might spell the death knell for Argentina here. They only have Slowburn left on an FC.
And Slowburn is trying desperately to hold on. Still, he does show quite comfortability with this map with 99.6% accuracy, the highest in the lobby.
If there was any map in this DT pool that players were likely to be comfortable with, it was going to be this one. It is very much more straightforward than the other options. Lifeline did finally break his FC, so it's only 2 FCs. Make that only 1 FC now for Indonesia. Things might get interesting here, but I don't think there's enough map left for that to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of really running out.
But yeah, there's only 100 combo left, so Indonesia established enough of a lead, I think. Yeah, late break from Kata as well, just in case you were worried.
And a break right at the end for Slowburn.
And he's just going to not play the ending. Yeah, you hate to see it, but that is going to be the point, going over to Indonesia once again. Winning 3 out of 3 DTs. They definitely abused that mod pool in this matchup, and it paid off dividends for them. 5-1 the lead on the back of 3 DT wins and 2 break points. Now at match point on Argentina's pick.
That was a really impressive play from Slowburn and Skydiver, but unfortunately on Slowburn, the last slider I believe he actually broke on, or maybe it was the burst before. Very unfortunate. He would have had the highest accuracy play in the lobby if it weren't for that. But Skydiver securing a 99% full combo. Lifeline just short of it with a slider break. Very good performances overall.
Yeah, like we said, that was the type of DT that people were going to be a little bit more comfortable on, and it was obviously the one they performed the best for Argentina. It was much closer than the other DT picks, but Indonesia just proving too strong. That FC from Skydiver was very important, and then the big score from Rowe just breaking at the end. Still almost 1 million points. And now, if you're down match point Argentina, I almost think you just pick like either Nomad 1 or Hard Rock 1 and just say, you know what, screw it, we're gonna toss caution to the winds and see if an aim map works, because what else is there at this point?
I mean, I'm trying to put myself in Argentina's shoes and just try to figure out what am I supposed to do. When you're up against the wall at this point in time in the match, all right, 5-1, match point to Indonesia, what do you really do? And honestly, I agree with you, all right? Just throw things at, just drop everything and say, all right, maybe it's time to bring out Nomad 1. Maybe it's time to bring out Hard Rock 1. Just bring out an aim map where most players are proficient at, but hopefully things will be in your favor. But they instead choose to opt for Hidden 2, the low approach rate map.
Well, we did see them go Hidden with their last pick. It didn't end up working out for them, but it was decently close. And this is another kind of gimmick-focused Hidden, as it is AR8. Everybody knows how polarizing approach rate 8 Hidden can be. But I would, it's hard to pick something into this Indonesia team, but you've got Walfred and Fuma in Indonesia who will probably do very well on this. So, hard to say how this one will go. Porno Graffiti's Hitori no Yoru. Middling BPM, middling length. 2 minutes 39 seconds, 174 BPM. And this is definitely saying, go find something kind of just off the wall to pick. AR8 Hidden, why not? We're down 5-1 anyway. Might as well just go for it.
Now, with this map in particular, it is relatively slow compared to the rest of the pool, but I believe its difficulty really rests in rhythms. There's lots of patterns that are really just stacked on top of each other with 1-1 breaks. So if you're not careful, you could easily just tap early and just miss on that.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where you have to be comfortable with a couple of different skills to be able to perform well on it. So hopefully Argentina has those skills, because I would like to see this match at least get extended another pick, make Indonesia win this on their own map rather than on another break point. But the way things have been going so far, I don't know. It's hard to favor Argentina on really any pick, but with something so different than anything we've seen as this, maybe that difficult, tricky rhythm, in addition to the low AR reading, will be the kryptonite for Indonesia. Maybe, just maybe. Get into the intro here. Everybody holding through the beginning except for Emiru Ikuno 2. This player's looking pretty comfortable with this. Rowe with the SS through the first 130 combo, the only player over 99. Oh, one of the two players. Even 99% hack. Kata and Walford both dropping below it. Not that it really matters very early on, but.
Ooh, big breaks coming from Kata and Fuma on the one of the first linear style jump patterns. And another break from Emery Ikuno over on Argentina's side.
Yeah, that's not optimal. 2 breaks. It's 2 FCs to 2 actually, because you did have the break from Rowe coming in as well as Fuma, but there's a break from Emery Ikuno 2. So now just Penguo gonna take on Walfred and Rexy's by himself. And Walfred, like I said before, he is so good at reading this type of thing. Very, very comfortable with this type of map. He's going to be the backbone combo, I think, for Indonesia alongside Rexy's.
You can definitely see that with his accuracy as well. 99.37.
This could end up being very interesting because Argentina has much better supporting combo than Indonesia, but Indonesia has 2 FCs to 1, so it is going to stay in their favor, but not by a lot. We are almost 2/3 of the way through here. We do get some more tricky jump patterns. There will be some more awkward rhythms as well. There's anywhere feels like you can miss, on maps like this. But for now, Everybody keeping their combo very steady. The next player to break might just decide the map as everybody's combo's gotten big. It is
Oh, but we
Brexy's. That's
see
one
a
of those two
huge
FCs
break
gone.
from Walfred.
Walfred and Penguin are both breaking as well, so all the FCs are immediately gone, and the backing combo for Argentina is in fact way better. They can bring this one back over, and
they do bring it back. They now hold the lead. The combo from Kata is actually doing huge margins for them. Maria Kuno recovering
there goes
from
Ro.
the earlier break.
Kata and Emery too are going to win this one for Argentina. Fumo's the only one with the combo for Indonesia, and it's too late for it to matter at this point. That is a really good job by Argentina holding those combos at the end when it matters.
Walfred just falling apart at the ending. And Argentina showing up for their pick on Hidden 2. Takes a point and is now bringing it 5-2.
Yeah, they are going to force Indonesia into another pick here. That was a good performance from Argentina. I did not fully anticipate it from the way the map started out, but they held the combos when it mattered through the middle and the last third. They do take another point. 5-2 the score on the board. Indonesia now looking to close things out. I do want to break into this very quickly. We have Russia versus Malaysia going on. Malaysia has won 3 points in a row to bring that one to 4-3. So MP link available in chat to keep an eye on that one. But that match is getting much closer than anybody would have anticipated it to be. But
Seems like Malaysia is really stepping up their game.
yeah, that one's going to be an interesting match to keep an eye on, kind of in the back corner. But for now, we wait for Indonesia to try to close out Argentina here. Don't know if we'll have the opportunity maybe to switch to that one if Indonesia finishes this off on their next pick, but they do have to at least win one more point here to make that happen and to move on to the next round. So Indonesia now out of DT picks. Their first 3 picks were all DT. Now they're gonna have to go somewhere else. And I mean, for you, like, where do you think you would go if you've been picking DT and winning it? Like, what's your next best option?
Well, it seems like we already have our answer on Fremont 2, which is actually a more aim-heavy map with a couple of triples in between. But if I was in Indonesia's shoes, I would probably just go for very high skill ceiling plays. Aim is one area that you can pressure, and that's definitely it definitely seems like they're trying to pressure aim with the option for Fremont 2. But there are many other options as well. You could tread on the same plane as speed with just stream style maps in general, which there is no mod 2. There's also no mod 3 as well, which is more of a tech map, but also heavy in the streams towards the end. So that's what I would see Indonesia opting for. But it seems like they're taking a different approach and going with Free Mod 2, the aim style map.
Yeah, this one, this pick, of course, got memed a little bit back in the showcase with the United background and, of course, Never Give Up the song title. But, you know, we're going to try to avoid memeing poor Azer any more than he deserves, I guess. I think this is an interesting pick here from Indonesia because I think this one's, like, kind of over-moddable, right? I mean, it's CS3 no mod. So Hard Rock becomes less of an issue, which means you can go multiple Hard Rocks. And with Argentina having won one of their picks as a Hard Rock selection, maybe this gives them something that they can be a little bit more comfortable with. We're going to find out here as we get into it. Of course, minimum mods required, 1 hidden, 1 Hard Rock per team, but over mods are allowed. So we have 1 hidden on Walfred, Hard Rock on Lifeline. On the other side, we do get the overmod from Argentina, Hard Rock on Emery Kuno 2 and on Lexalia, with hidden on Emery Kuno himself.
Like you mentioned, overmodding, of all the maps that overmod, this is definitely the one to do so. With circle size 3, it makes the circles really, really big in comparison with what you're used to. Most maps that players will typically play usually level around circle size 4, and when you add Hard Rock to circle size 3, that literally makes it 3.9 or something like that. So honestly, I actually see many players choosing to go for Hard Rock just by default because the smaller circle size makes it more comfortable for them. Sometimes when it comes to really big circles, it can flood the screen and make things way too dense.
It's going to be the early break from Indonesia on the part of Walfred. He's been struggling a little bit, finding a couple early misses already. That overmod was paying dividends early on, and now it's just a 4 FC to 3 advantage from Indonesia, or maybe 3 FC, but 1 almost FC from Penguin, not quite an FC combo, but Walfred struggling on that hidden. Meanwhile, Emery Kuno having a much better time for Argentina. They have not yet won a break point, but this is starting off pretty well in their favor.
If they actually have a really strong performance on this map, on the aim style map, that actually opens up a huge door for them to actually start pressuring Indonesia on aim maps in general. And there are plenty. Hard Rock 1, Nomad 1, but it really comes down to how on their own performance here on this map here. As we do see a break from Emery Akuno 2, another break from Walfred. Who knows?
Walfred is really far behind. He is about 170, 180,000 points behind all the other players. That's contributing to the lead that Argentina has. There's a break from Lifeline as well.
Break from Luxalia. 2 full combo breaks are now happening.
We are in the last third of the map. And there goes Ro as well. There is only one FC left for Indonesia. It is their carry player in Skydiver, but Penguo and Emery Kuno both holding FCs for Argentina. I think we might get a break point here. I just don't know that there's enough map for, regardless, for Indonesia to try and make a comeback.
Emery Kuno and Penguo still holding on to their full combos, which is putting in absolute work for Argentina. As we're getting into the last jump section for the map, they are showing no signs of breaking. Skydiver trying his best. Penguo finally breaking though, but with a full combo on Emery Kuno and to match Skydiver along with their lead, things are just looking great. And Skydiver breaking, that seals it. Yeah, Argentina.
That's a break point, Argentina, and that was a really good play for them. And like you said, that opens up some picks now. It's 5-3. They are on their last pick, but that means they can pick an aim map, I think, and feel pretty comfortable about it. And they can put a lot of pressure on Indonesia if they win this next point.
One thing to note, since this is a free mod pick, I think there was definitely some options for players who were struggling if they were opting for just Nomad. Whereas if we were to see the other picks for Nomad 1 or free mod, Hard Rock 1, the approach rate is going to be a lot more comfortable for those players. So we could be seeing just some knickknacks here due to the free mod stats.
Now, there's a lot of things that go into a pick like that. That just kind of combination of factors making that one a comfortable pick for Argentina. And now though, what if they got to be thinking, right? They've got to be thinking that they feel good about aim. I have to imagine they're feeling good about aim, regardless of any other reasoning for winning that point. Obviously their aim was good, and so I think this has to be Nomad 1 or Hard Rock 1. It's got to be one of those two picks as their final selection in this match. Like I don't see it being anything else.
Actually, I also feel like Free Mod 3 is actually a really good pick for them because they actually showed up on Hidden 1, but also because it's more of those like awkward aim sort of reading style pick. So I feel like Free Mod 3 could also be a good option for Argentina.
Well, you do have to remember that Indonesia won Hidden 1, so despite Argentina looking good on it, they did not end up winning it, so I don't think they'd feel super great. And they're going to go somewhere completely different.
Oh, true.
They're going to go Nomad 4, Bleary Vagary. This is like out of left field. I did not see this coming in any way, shape, or form as their last pick in this match after what we've seen so far. Not even for an instant.
Now, with this is Nomad 3, this is supposedly the textile map, but it actually features a lot of streams towards the end, stream heavy, with a lot of really fast sliders at the beginning. Relatively short as well, only at 2 minutes.
Yeah, a common piece of feedback I saw about this pick was that it focuses heavily on streams despite being the supposed tech pick in the Nomad pool here. So perhaps not quite as much of one of those, slider heavy, big slider velocity tech maps as we're used to seeing in the Nomad 4 slot, but still, going to be relatively tech favored, and it's a completely different skill set than we've seen. I mean, we've literally seen not a single pick that was along these lines. We've seen speed, we've seen awkward aim, we've seen low AR. We have not seen a tech pick really by any means so far in this match. So we're pulling a bit
We're
of
in
a
new
change
territory.
up.
We could see this either going either direction, really. And that might be what Argentina needs. Honestly, I feel like we can both agree that aim map would have been much better in favor of Argentina, but maybe they're just looking to toss things up.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing Argentina winning on Free Mod 2, I obviously really expected either Shu and Requiem or Kimi ga Sorakoso, but they're going to switch it up. They're going to go with the tech pick, and this is like again, this is your last pick in the match. This could be your last pick in the tournament. So a lot on the line here for Argentina. You know, they had the low AR pick as their preceding selection. They have the tech pick as this one. So they're going into those more awkward, more unfamiliar territories, those different skill sets, and hoping it works out for them. Looking to see if this can be the way. Again, it would be forcing Indonesia into their last pick and potentially going to a tiebreaker if Argentina can win this one. So we're going to find out. A lot on the line on this selection. Last pick for Argentina. No Mach 4, Valery Vagary. Getting underway.
One thing we can definitely see, though, is that Argentina is starting to build up their momentum in terms of points. They just secured themselves 2 points in a row now. If they secure this 3rd point on Nomad 3, they might be able to start steamrolling things. But Imariu Kuno finding the first break right in the slow section. We'll see whether or not that punishes the team in general as a whole, because this is a relatively short map. Every single point counts.
Yeah, this would be a map that I would not be super confident picking in Indonesia. They have some very good tech players, and Argentina already has found 3 now breaks. Penguo and Slowburn joining Lifeline, but still 3 FCs for Indonesia. Already about a third of the way through. That score gap can start to grow a little bit if they can hold on to those combos through these difficult sections. Oh, there goes Lexalia as well.
That's the last combo for Argentina. And all of a sudden, things look absolutely terrible for Argentina.
Yeah, it's looking grim. Rexys and Lifeline do both find a couple breaks, but Roe and Skydiver, those 2 big carries for Indonesia, holding on to the combos. Emery Kuno is going to have to do everything he can, but he finds a break as well. I think it's only halfway through, but this one already has this feeling that it is very grim and may in fact be over as we go into a little slow section at the 2/3 mark. It is a 300,000 point lead for Indonesia. I don't know that there's really any coming back from this one for Argentina, unfortunately. They're going to do everything they can in the last section, but it's a big lead for Indonesia here.
Skydiver and Roe, both with full combos. Roe with absolutely insane accuracy, but he does break right before the chorus. Unfortunately, I don't really see too much room left in the map for Argentina to really come back from, especially with Skydiver with the full combo.
Yeah, Penguo has the 600 plus combo, Slowburn as well, but Skydiver has the FC still. Lifeline has a 350 combo just in case they were concerned, and we're going to come into the ending here, and it's looking like all Indonesia all the time. That is going to be it.
That seals it. Indonesia wins over Argentina here in the losers bracket, 6-3.
And that is my pick'ems. Thank you, Indonesia. I had the 6-3 Indonesia there. No, but that is a good performance from Indonesia. I think they have a very clearly delineated skill set, but they used it to the fullest advantage on those DT picks, winning all 3 of them. And Argentina just didn't, unfortunately, have the answer. There were a couple of very close picks on their side, but just not quite enough. And Indonesia using that skill cap to their advantage, ending up with 6-3. So they'll move on into the next round of losers bracket, and they set up a fascinating matchup. It is going to be against none other than the United Kingdom. Victors over Philippines. Indonesia versus the UK, I think, should be a banger of a match. That is going to be exciting.
That is going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited to see that match. Oh, yes.
But very good win for Indonesia. Those skill cap players really coming out and playing their best. Skydiver, notably, I think, just having a great day today, as well as Roe. We did also, at the same time, have Russia just close things out against Malaysia. It was 6-3. Malaysia putting up a good showing against Russia. I was not expecting them to get 3 points there. Very good stuff from them. But unfortunately, they do get eliminated. So that is both both Malaysia and Argentina now gone from OWC 2020. We do thank them for their presence and congratulate them on getting this far. But Indonesia, Russia, congrats on the wins there.
Definitely a really good run. All right. No shame in dropping out in the quarterfinals, but the show must go on. And up next, we have France versus Sweden, which I will be sticking around for. How about yourself?
Yeah, you will be around for that. I will not be around for that. I believe... Oh, I should know who the other commentator is for that. I forget offhand, but there is going to be a little bit of a break in between at any rate. I believe we have about 20 minutes. France versus Sweden is not one to miss. It's going to be the boys BTMC and Bubbleman.
Hey,
going to be commentating that one, and I think you guys have a good match on your hands there. France versus Sweden, in my eyes, is one of the closest matchups of this particular losers bracket round. So definitely not one to be missed.
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be super exciting. I think it's actually really crazy because we saw this exact same matchup last year in OWC 2019, where we saw France and Sweden duke it out in, I believe, the round of 32 in 2019.
I would have to look back at the bracket because I actually don't remember offhand. Not gonna lie, but you know, I think they are always two teams that, especially in this tier of the tournament, are going to be very closely matched. So definitely stick around. Be here for that one. About 20 minutes from now, Bubbleman will be joining BTMC. Go grab something to drink. Go grab a snack. Be back here 15:30 UTC for France versus Sweden, our next match in the losers bracket this weekend. I've been this one guy. He's been BTMC.
Hell yeah.
Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Hello, hello.
Hello
And
there.
welcome to the quarterfinals, the Host World Cup. I'm Bubbleman, stepping in for my first match of the weekend and returning from the last match.
Yes, sir. That is me.
Mr. Ed.
Hello there. BTMC is back again.
BTMC. So refer to you as BTMC.
Sure, that'll also work. And BTMC Beast, it's all the same.
Yeah, it's question like it's very much habit to refer to you as something like Beast, but if of course when people name change, it's always like, well, what do I call you now? Yeah, BTMC.
BTMC.
How was it?
Work.
How was that last match? I was eagerly watching.
Last match was actually pretty crazy. It was Indonesia versus Argentina, and we saw that match end in a 6-3 victory in favor of Indonesia. Things were looking actually really dire for Argentina from the beginning because they were just being pressured so hard in terms of speed. And Indonesia saw that and caught wind of that really early on and was just pummeling them. It wasn't towards the end. It wasn't until towards the end until Argentina finally started getting a grip hold and started actually putting points on the board. They start off they lost their first pick as a breakpoint to Indonesia, and then they only started getting more points towards the end. So they were definitely struggling, especially in terms of speed, but they actually managed to make some work through some of the aim maps. But in the end, Indonesia took home the cake, and Argentina is now gone.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're aware of why I was eagerly watching that match. Need that information, sweet information.
Oh yeah,
well,
definitely.
Course, that was then. This is now. We've got France and Sweden coming up. Your thoughts about this match?
Well, the thing is, I usually have a bias towards France, mainly because I have so many friends on there. The Poon, all right, Musty, Just Man, all right, lots of pretty awesome people. But Sweden, we actually have some very interesting players. Reed Cat, very, very good player, very insane player overall. And Andros has been absolutely performing out of his mind recently, both in terms of the rankings and in this tournament as well. So I don't really know. I feel like this is a really, really strong matchup for both of them. I feel like things could really go either way. But if I were to choose a team that I would personally be in favor for, I would probably still go with France.
Interesting. I would say both teams have these carry players. You see Reed Cat, you see Andros, you see, I mean, even Coach for the Sweden side. They're missing a couple of names that I would have thought would be returning this year, like Sonics. But they have a really strong roster. They've got a lot of potential. But of course, the same for France. They're missing names that I thought were going to be on their team, but they have those players to fill those slots. They're no weaker for it. And they have those carry potential players like the Poon, Ryzen, Musty, Nero.
Justman has also been performing extremely well lately, so I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with this matchup.
A new name on me. I've actually not tuned into these two matches. Been more focused on my own team and our potential opponents, but
Oh yeah, same here on the USA side.
you can kind of also say this is a rematch. Are you aware of that?
Yes, back in OWC 2019, we saw France and Sweden face off in the round of 32. I believe back then France actually won, I believe 5-3 last year. But it's really interesting to see them actually come back again here in 2020, here in the quarterfinals.
Indeed. It's definitely interesting to see this. Do you think it's going to go the same way? Because we saw what was it? France seeded 16th, Sweden seeded 17th. They met in the round of 32. And was it a 5-4?
In 2019,
I'd have to go searching for that. But
yeah, I'd probably have to do some digging as well, which I'll do that right now. But I'm fairly certain it was 5-3 in favor of France. Let me check real quick.
we got the bans coming out from these two teams. We're seeing DT3 from Sweden. not wanting to play that speedier DT map, and DT2 No Mod 4 from France, getting rid of a little bit of extra speed for them.
Just confirmed. Yep, round of 32, 5-3 in favor of France.
It was a 5-3. Didn't quite go to tiebreaker then. In this one, there's a best of 11, not a best of 9 this time. So there's a little bit of extra time, a little bit larger pool too for these players to prove themselves.
Oh yeah, 20 maps in the map pool instead of the 15 from the last round. Lots of room to work with, but that also means a lot more bans as well, 2 for each team.
And we have the second ban from Coach. We're waiting on that. Lots of speed. No speed in the map pool. Don't want to play speed.
We saw in the last match, Indonesia versus Argentina, speed was a huge play here for Indonesia to their advantage. They were pressuring that against Argentina extremely hard. So it seems like both of these teams don't really want to take that risk with speed right now.
Historically also, we haven't actually seen much DT from either of these teams. The only DT map that we've seen in the last 2 rounds was DT2 in the round of 32. And they were relatively close on it too. They both scored around 4 million points.
Basically 4-way FCs.
So definitely a toss-up. There we go, the last ban.
Hidden
Black
3.
Joke, hidden 3. Swing timing.
I was talking about this earlier on the last match, but Hidden 3 is actually really interesting. It's one of the new maps I was added in this stage's map pool, and with the swing style song and the 1/6, 1/3 rhythms, if you're not used to those types of music, it can really punish you in terms of accuracy. So very
I
interesting
really
to see that
enjoyed the
ban.
song.
Oh yeah, it's a banger of a song, but when it comes to playability, if you're not prepared for things like that, it can definitely punish you.
This map pool has actually been so good in terms of music to listen to.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Cross time hard rock. As well as the age-old Yanagi Nagi and DT. There's so much to choose from. If you just want to pick banger songs, you can pick pretty much any map in the pool.
I'm pretty happy to see my first story in the pool, both as Nomad 1 and the tiebreaker as well.
Yeah,
very
lots of presence
epic
there.
song, a very epic band in general, but like the songs are the cherry on top.
And the tiebreaker is my first story, Feet Egoist.
Yes. Seems like we got the first pick on the board. Sweden
Okay, here we
opting
go.
for No Mod 2, the stream map, 200 BPM, space streams, and also some linear patterns as well.
Yeah, and there's a couple of linear patterns in this. I think the pattern to watch out for here, there is a square stream. The stream usually curves. There's usually curves, angles between them, but there's one section in particular, there's one pattern where the streams just straighten out for a little bit.
Yep, 90-degree angles, and it increases in spacing as well.
Point that out when we get to it, but for now, indeed, it is Soulwind, it's Frenzy, Gust difficulty, 6.7 stars. Maps are getting hard.
Yep, quarterfinal stage. We're starting to see a ramp up in terms of difficulty across the board. That's only going to get harder and harder as the tournament progresses. But this is a loser's bracket stage match, if I recall correctly. So
Indeed.
unfortunately, only one team here is going to be progressing to the semifinal stage.
And of course, the team that wins this has another match to play. Losers bracket, you win your match, you have another match in the same weekend, so we'll be seeing the winner again, but of course, as you said, the loser, they drop out. And for both of these teams, you don't want to drop out before top 16.
Oh yeah, definitely. Lots of pressure here on this tournament. The losers bracket is not a fun place to be.
But here we go. Musty, Justman, Ryzen, and the Poon versus Felrian, Andros, Psyker, and Reedcat. Lots of talent in here. We get into map number 1. Sweden versus France. And
For some
wait for the
reason-
client to buffering level.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I have a little bit of a hunch that accuracy is actually going to play a lot more significant of a role for this map. 200 BPM tends to be pretty comfortable for a lot of the, especially high skill ceiling players, such as Andros and Reedcat and Justman. So I'm really expecting it, the high 99s in this match. Who knows though? We can see a couple of those linear patterns coming in. And Musty is the first to break on the France side. Actually, wait, I completely forgot about Saika. So 1-1. 3 FCs to 3. And we're still relatively early into the match.
Indeed we are. Everyone's holding pretty strong right now. There's a couple of accuracy drops here and there for everyone, but Ryzen will find a miss. There's that square stream I was talking about. Everyone hits it. Everyone prepared. Played this map before. Of course, this is a mirror to a match that happened, or a score comparison that happened last week. Justman and Andros find a miss just before the slower section, actually.
Right at the halfway point as well.
Score.
Still, Sweden is holding their lead and is slowly inching farther and farther. With Reedcat and Felleron still full comboing, especially with extremely high accuracies on Felleron. But of course, Musty can still match that. Ryzen as well. The Poon, all over 99%. Ryzen, unfortunately, dropping that.
But they have to hold strong. They have to keep this going as Reedcat finds a miss. That's 1 FC to 1 now. One either side. Felrian has to hold.
And now we're getting into the hardest streams. The spacing changes, the angles. But Felleron holds on. The Poon. The last standing full combo for France. Basically completely matching Felleron, but it's just slightly lower in accuracy. But Felleron breaks, and the Poon also breaks shortly after. There are no longer any full combos on the board. Saika with a huge supporting combo, though.
A huge supporting combo indeed, and it's going to be him. That backup, the little backup combo at the end. Thus, the early miss must have just been for nerves.
Tactical miss, perhaps.
Tactical miss. Don't want to FC the map. FCing the map, you get nervous. If you're not FCing, you get 800k.
Very respectable.
Saika carries that one home.
Mm-hmm.
Just the one miss early on, 99.26%. He takes what I think was the top score in the lobby. 857,000 points. And puts a point on the board for Sweden on their own pick.
Musty with the highest accuracy in the lobby, though. 99.51%. Absolutely insane. Unfortunately, the sliders were not in his favor. But that is Sweden's first pick, all right, on their own map. They do secure their own point, but now things switch over to France. France is now trying to figure out what would be their best bet as their first pick.
Now, what do you think it would be?
That's a great question. I mean, I'm mainly knowledgeable about their star players like the Poon, all right, who's basically good at everything. But overall, as a team, I'm not really too sure what they really lean towards.
I think Hard Rock might be a good pick for France. We didn't see them pick it last weekend for the round of 16, but they did top score Hard Rock 1 in the round of 32. And honestly, I wouldn't really say Hard Rock 1 in this round is too much more difficult. So they could definitely repeat that performance.
Mm-hmm.
Reedcat, though, can you guys pick Hard Rock for me? You keen? Keen for Hard Rock? I think we saw him earlier get 990k on a 7-point something star hard rock map in a tournament. So he's definitely warm for it.
But the pick does come in. Nomad 1 from France, the jump map. Taking a look at the history from the round of 16 for France, it seems like they really did opt for a lot of the Nomad maps. It seems like it's going to be no different here.
4 of the 6 maps that were played were Nomad. They're just going to stick to their guns, stick to what they know.
Stick to what they're comfortable as well. Of course, Nomad 1, standard aim jumps. All right, big jumps, bigger jumps in this stage. Could honestly go either way.
Difficult now. Yeah, 6.8 stars is 200 BPM. So a comfortable BPM, but of course you kind of find that the lower the BPM goes, the less the star rating inflates when you add big jumps. They're not really any easier per se. You have to have a lot of control to hit the slower jumps that are full screen. But the star rating just drops a little bit further than you might expect. So a 6.8 star map on Nomad will have far bigger jumps than something in DT.
True.
So some large aim. Already we're seeing large aim. You can kind of expect that all the way throughout this map. But it's what these players will know. They've all played the ranking system.
Oh yeah. We have a lot of very proficient players in here. And they are definitely showing it. Not a single player breaking on the first jumps. But we do find this map has a couple of sort of difficulty spike jumps, going from a very calm section all the way into those high intensity jumps. So we'll see if any players will actually slip up on it.
A map like this, very rewarding. Blue finds the first miss.
On the slow section as well.
Drops for the side of Sweden.
Justman also finding a break.
Yeah, he trades. We've got 2 FCs to 2. It's about 40 combo in the lead for Sweden. The lead is going to flicker over to their side. They take it into the chorus. And
yep, 3-3 in
power
terms of
through
FCs,
the large
but Justman
jumps.
breaks again. That will slowly shift the lead over to Sweden. But the map is relatively long, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But we are already halfway through. What really matters are these combos. 3-3 still.
Everyone looking really comfortable in this sort of thing. 6.8 stars, that's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nero, Boone, Andros, Reedcat, names you would definitely know for being very proficient at aim. They have the backup too. Reedcat though is going to find a miss. Drops his FC.
That's a really weird miss right there as well. The Poon and Skylia though.
So some streams and some large jumps, and Blue trades a miss with Nero. However, that does mean there's 2 FCs to 2 with a 300-400 now combo on Justman. The lead, the gap, going to close up. Just as before, the large jumps, everyone looking comfortable. It will flicker over. Everything holds as it is right now. France will take this one. Sweden need France. Need one of the French players to drop a note, make a minor mistake, little slip up, and it doesn't look like it's gonna come.
It's also just the accuracy. Every single player is holding insanely good accuracy. Big jumps coming in though, no one breaks.
Andros, not happy. Hivkill, very happy. And Poon, little smiley face. That's an FC from Andros gone, and now an FC from Scylla as well.
Ooh,
no
and I think
FCs for
that seals
Sweden.
it.
That might indeed seal it. There's only about 150,000 points left to gain from this map. It's the closing stages, and the lead is far too big now. It's growing exponentially with those 2 FCs. Might even be just before mentioning it.
I didn't want to mention it, man.
Just
I didn't
before
want to say
mentioning
it. The Poon was literally
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Oh my lord! It was in everyone's mind. It's too obvious. You literally cannot ignore it, dude. Everyone was looking at him. The Poon, unfortunately, dropping his SS on the 2 jumps right at the end. so sad. Oh, insane performance for France.
2 misses for Poon, but 2 100s for Hifkill. He locks in an FC. 999,946. Close to that million.
So close. But there is something oddly
Very
satisfying
impressive.
about Hifkill's score. 9999.
You've been around tournaments to see when Score V2 glitches slightly and gives you plus or minus 1 point to your SS,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Seeing 999999 is quite funny. SS with not even a million points. Someone's got robbed. Cross time, though.
That's going to be the pick from Sweden now.
Ignore that star rating. Star rating 5.3, that's without the hard rock. The circle size 5, that's also without the hard rock. This one, you put hard rock on it, becomes CS 6.5. So this is the precision map for this round. Lots of cuts, lots of large spacing doubles leading into sliders. You're going to be seeing a lot of precision required from this.
Definitely. A lot of aim control required just for this map. Small circle sizes are not very forgiving when you mess up, when you just make a very slight adjustment and unfortunately leads to a miss. Small circles will definitely do that to you.
They're not even very forgiving when it comes to nerves. You want the 4 players in here that maybe not the best for CS 6.5, but the best for holding their nerve under pressure.
And in the OWC environment, pressure is at an all-time high. Maybe not for all these players. I know the Poon is an absolute veteran. Same with Musty when it comes to these tournament settings.
You say that. It's the losers bracket.
True. These are when the stakes are at its highest.
Well, yeah, of course, you wouldn't know about a losers bracket, would you, Mr. I Play for America? Either way, 2 minutes long, 160 BPM. Nothing really too taxing in this, I would say.
I think I would agree with that statement. I know a lot of players, in order to maintain their sort of precision, they tense up a lot, especially with their aim hand, just to make sure they don't make that small tiny jitter that lands them off of the note. We'll see what happens.
Oh, Ryzen! Oh, where's that cursor going? Where's that cursor going?
But he does.
Oh, he hits it. Really funny sometimes when the buffering comes in at the start of a map. You see a player cursor just off a note. Either way, we'll get into this one. It starts so quick. Everyone hits that cut stream pattern. Oh, string of 50s for Poon. He keeps his combo though.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of accuracy suffering on these players. Not only is the hard rock making the map overall, the OD10, making it extremely hard to get a good accuracy on, but 160 BPM is relatively slow, and the slower a map is can actually make it much harder to understand the rhythm and tap to it. Still, we see a break from ReedCat. I believe that's the first break on in this lobby. Yes, it is. Saika following up shortly afterwards.
Oh, Sweden. They pick hard rock, just man trades. That does mean the combo resets on one player, but France still have the advantage. This is Sweden's pick. It's already halfway over. It's just short map, this one. And there's a 250,000 point lead that's only going to grow through a slower section. We're going to be watching the ending, really. It's going to be the important bit. Saika misses again. This really can't be happening if they want to come back in this map.
It's a circle size, man. It's brutal. Look
Into
at
the
it.
ending. Spacing increases. Musty finds a big drop of his
Felron also breaks. And now the only FC left on Team Sweden is Blue, with a very strong supporting combo from ReedCat, though. But with the 2 full combos on France, they're just keeping their lead. Poon does miss, that's correct.
It's not going to be enough, though. Poon with a lower accuracy, his score is lower, but the lead is far too large to overcome in the ending, and France are going to steal a point away from Sweden.
That's right, the first breakpoint, Sweden's own pick on Hard Rock 2, unfortunately will be going over to France. And France now has the opportunity with their own pick to start building some momentum with their own pick.
Hard Rock 1, very quickly picked by Musty.
And they offer Hard Rock 1.
Is this a calculated pick, or is this we won on Hard Rock, let's pick another Hard Rock?
Who knows? Well, all things lead towards it. I mean, they won on the No Mod 1, they won on the Hard Rock. Why not pick a Hard Rock that's very similar to No Mod 1?
So what is there to say about this map? What can you tell me?
Well, it's pretty standard aim, I'll tell you that, alright? It's not exactly small circle size. It's pretty standard if you're used to a Hard Rock as a Hard Rock player, alright? I'm sure most of these players are going to be familiar with this type of map. But it's pretty standard. Very similar to the No Mod 1 that you saw before. Just lots of jump sections, alright? Some more intense than others. Pretty standard.
Of course, with the circles being smaller, the distance between the notes is going to be smaller also. But
true.
Relatively, I would say they're about the same. If you took the map and drew it so that the circles were the same size as the circles on No Mod 1, maybe even the jumps would be larger. There's no streams in this, so it's all... Well, there's very few streams in this.
Very few, yep.
So it's all just aim. It's all an aim requirement for this.
And so far, based off the history, France has been performing very well in the aim department. Well, there's no build-up with this map. It's just kicking straight into the action. Big jumps, but no player is letting up. Every single player in this lobby is prepared. No issues here, except for Ryzen right at the end. And Justman also. Still very early on into the map. All right, it's not going to create that big of a difference in the score overall. As long as they can have a very clean recovery, they'll be fine. Blue also finding a break, but overall, things will be leaning towards Sweden for now. We'll see what happens as we get into the bigger jump sections.
You can't really just relax in these quote-unquote slower sections. Some of the jumps, they creep up on you. They're scattered here and there, and Felgreen finds a miss.
Andros also finds a miss for Team Sweden. That's going to be one of the bigger combos as well. Meanwhile, on Team France, Justman and Ryzen has recovered, but the Poon, that's one of the bigger combos, unfortunately will break, along with Reedcat.
No. The other bigger combo. There goes all of the FCs. None left. Blue building his up. He's got the accuracy to back it up too. They just cannot overcome an FC. And 2 500 combos now as Justman passes that threshold.
Hypkill and Blue's accuracy though, absolutely stellar for an OD10 map. Ryzen not too far behind though.
If everything stays as it is right now, the gap will only widen.
Still, more jumps incoming. It really seems like France is just running away with this. The score lead just getting bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, it seems like Sweden has finally stabilized, building up some supporting combos. But Andros finding a break on the stream, I believe? Justman breaking on that jump section. But overall, France is still leading.
And this is looking pretty secure now. There's less than a quarter of the map to go.
Definitely.
Large jump spike, everyone hitting that.
2 huge 900 combos from Ryzen and Hypkill. Things are looking pretty good. As we're getting into the final sections of the map, these are the hardest jumps, saving the best for last.
But there's really nothing that could happen here that could turn the tide.
That's true.
Ryzen and
Ryzen
Valrian
does
trade. will be all she wrote.
That seals it.
600,000 points. We see incredible accuracy. Some really, really quite impressive scores from France. It's just the Poon, and he's 0.01% below 99.
Hive kill, 99.55%. Absolutely insane.
Playing really well.
That'll be another point for France. Now leading 3-1. But the pick is going to go back over to Sweden. They are now in control. They realize that France is pressuring them in aim. Is there another aspect of the game that they can start pushing? And it seems like they'll be opting for the double time route. This one in particular is going to be higher in the approach rate, AR 10.3, but also very, very straining in terms of finger control. Lots of bursts, lots of doubles.
Would you say this is straining in terms of finger control or just plain stamina?
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I think the doubles are very, very tough if you're not prepared for them, especially at this approach rate, since you don't really have that much time to really prepare. Really requires either a lot of practice or just pure talent.
I would say this requires a lot more stamina than it does finger control. The doubles you can kind of get away with just playing as triples most of the time.
I see.
But the stamina aspect of this, there's a lot of long streams at what's quite a relatively high BPM, 220-ish.
I'm trying to look towards my own experience playing this map because this is one of the maps, even though I consider myself pretty well rounded when it comes to 220 BPM, the approach rate is what really like seals it for me.
Oh yeah, most definitely. The approach rate on this, I would say, is too high. approach rate 10.3 on something 220 BPM. The density there is going to be a lot lower than something 270 BPM-ish. So players are going to be a lot more used to faster maps on AR9, but this is, as we said, 220 BPM. So circles look like they're faster than they are because there's less of them on the screen. You have less to go off, less to read,
less to prepare.
We get into it. Get to see the accuracies drop.
You can really start to see some of the finger control sections just based off of the intro. Lots of doubles, triples, even bursts in the middle of it. It's only setting the stage for what's more to come. I think a really good indicator just to show how comfortable players are is just based off of their accuracy. Musty, 99.7. Insane.
Yeah, but he just eats this sort of thing for breakfast.
That's true. The first break has been shown ReedCat over on Sweden's side, and this is their pick.
Psycho found a miss first.
Oh,
my bad. It was then ReedCat and Andros. So there's one FC left, and it's Felrian, the last Bastion already, and we're not even a third of the map in. Pokey does mirror one, but it's 3-1 now. And that's a big score lead already. For this early in the map, 150k. A relatively long map, this one, around about 2,000 combo for max. Only, I think, has, I would wager 5 or 6 leaderboard FCs on DT. I'm not sure, I haven't checked it since the start of the week. There might be more.
However, a tough one, that's for sure.
FCs on this would be mightily impressive considering the lack of them on the global leaderboards. We've got 3 misses though. Musty misses, Ryzen
we are seeing
does
a
too.
lot of drops for full combos. The Poon now being the only one on Team France. Felron still holding on, but
93%, but he's got the combo.
He's got
That's
it.
what matters.
ReedCat as a supporting combo for Sweden. If the Poon were to break, they might have enough time to bring things back. Still with a third of the map left.
Squares, everyone hits them. Now getting into the far more stamina heavy section. Psycho finds a drop, mirrored by Pokey. Good trade, and Poon 50s, but he's keeping his combo. He does not want to let this go, and it might be what is keeping them in this.
But Sweden is slowly bringing the score back. There's still time. If the Poon breaks here, it's already over. the score is just slowly inching towards the favor of Sweden. Do they
And
have enough time?
They have such a large combo advantage too. The Poon
Poon
misses. No more 50s for him. Just finds a straight up miss, and a look at that grow. The lead on the Sweden side.
Felerion and Recat are really stepping up their game. Recat, with an unfortunate miss at the beginning, has stabilized and is absolutely performing out of his mind. Felerion, the carry for Sweden on this pick, will secure this point for themselves.
And looking at the rest of the lobby, that's a really impressive accuracy from him.
Extremely impressive.
The last slider, 2 people miss on it. That's going to get a lot of people.
Felerion,
S-rank!
the only full combo. S-rank as well.
95.78%. Over 1 million points for his team.
That was looking really
Big.
scary for Sweden at the start, though. It really
Indeed,
seems
it
like
was.
France was just running away with it. Sweden has already suffered 1 break point. Suffering another one as well, things would be pretty bad for them.
And another quick pick, hidden 1. The French team knowing what they want. Going straight for it. This one, we've seen it in the last couple of matches. 6.4 stars, 170 BPM, and remember what I said about the lower the BPM gets, the larger the jumps seem to get.
That is true. This one in particular, even though the jumps are bigger, the angles are also wider, which can make things even harder for these players.
And combined with that, the awkward aim, we've got approach rate 9.2. Possibly lower than people are used to on this sort of size of jumps. Cody 8.7 also, and has anyone else noticed the singers seem to be just out of time? It's tough to act this one.
I'll tell you that I do use an offset on this map.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I use an offset too. There is no way around it. You have to find a point and then stick your timing to it.
Oh yeah. We'll see if accuracy becomes a significant factor here, because I know for the most part this is an aim map. There are some bursts in it, but they're relatively hard to aim typically. Sort of wiggles in the map as well.
It's the first time I think we've seen both Andros and Recat out. Psyche as well. A big switch up for these guys.
That's very interesting.
The
Although
French
when I
side,
think
Musty
about-
stays in, Poon stays in, Thunder and Nero now for Hidden. Psyche comes back in for Sweden. But it will be
True.
Scylla, Coach, and Blue.
Thinking about Recat and Andros, when I think of their player profiles, I mainly see them as like speed players, right? This one's a lot slower, 170 BPM. Not really too heavy on reading in particular, but really on aim control, which
I don't know,
honestly may not fit Recat and Andros' skill set that well.
Yeah, I think I'd argue Recat more of a Genryu Kaiko hard rock player than a speed player. When
Oh,
I
yeah.
think of his player profile. But here we go. Hidden 1. Musty a slight slip up at the start. That's not going to matter too much.
Oh yeah.
It starts off pretty immediately. Same way Hard Rock 1 does. Jumps come in straight away. See the awkwardness of them.
Yep, unrelenting. But there are a relatively frequent amount of breaks. You can start to see some of the streams here, the wiggles. Very slight movements that you have to make, but if you don't make them, you can easily find yourself missing for what seemingly looks like no reason at all. But Saika,
That
big break
definitely
for
was
Sweden.
for a reason. Just misread a double. Doesn't hit the second note in the double and moves off it far too early. Finds their drop.
And Thunder breaks as well on Team France. Blue and Coach also breaking though, right at the start of these jumps. And that's going to solidify France's lead, as they're slowly inching it farther and farther. With the only full combo being Skillia.
There really is no rest for this map. Blue finds another miss on the streams, dropping a load of 50s too. His accuracy down to 95%. You said, yeah, accuracy definitely playing a part in the lead that France have right now, but more than that, really. The combos they are keeping.
The combos. And the combos are there. Oh, the Poon breaks on the
no.
slider.
Oh dear. Whoops.
Slight slip up, but their lead is still there. 2 full combos. Skyla's combo now gone. Borderline 2 full combos from France's side. It's just created a giant wall of a score.
Full combo. I'll allow it. Musty's definitely still a full combo.
Oh yeah.
He's got more points than a full combo.
That's the power of accuracy, my friends.
Oh no, now no full combos. Nira drops his. They're pretty secure in this right now. Thunder with 600, Coach dropping his big combo. It's only a 400 and a 300 for Sweden. It's looking like the score might be on the door. Coach, Scylla both drop again. Blue finding his rhythm, but finding also a miss on that section, and Nira misses again too. There goes the FC from Musty.
Yep, that evens up the board,
ending
but
for
there
this.
are no combos, except for on Thunder, which is still pushing the lead for France even farther, but it's a done deal, man. France will be taking this point.
The ending for this is so brutal. Definitely
Absolutely
the hardest
brutal.
jump to the map. As rightly so.
See, with this map in particular, it's not just about getting a huge combo, it's maintaining a consistent combo. Because there's just these unrelenting jumps that keep pounding you as a player. There's not just this one section that once you get over it, you're done. You have to face this section over and over and over again. And just overall, France takes it home.
One slider break from the Poon. With some good accuracy from him. Better accuracy from Thunder, actually, finding a 1 miss early on. Very well played overall by the French team, and is 4-2. They take their own point. Squirrel it away for Winter.
The pick goes back over to Sweden, but they're going to have to find a breakpoint against France soon. Otherwise, they're going to be their backs are going to be against the walls for the tiebreaker. Not a favorable spot to be in. Still, that means they have to win on their own pick. What are your thoughts, Bubman? What options does Sweden have, really?
Sweden, it's a tough environment for them to play in right now. They've got DT open. Free mods haven't been touched so far. Could it be that they go for free mod? They rely on one mod, one hard rock, one hidden, and the 2 no mods that they seem to be consistent with?
Perhaps.
I mean, they've consistently outperformed France on free mod. They picked more free mod than France have even. It just seems that France have the edge on the modded picks in general, so it might possibly be a free mod, and it is. Couple breaking.
Here we go.
Now, this is an interesting pick.
I agree with that. This is quite similar to Hard Rock 2. You could either really go 2 ways. Either super small circle sizes. I believe it's like 7.8 if you opt for Hard Rock. Or so around, no.
Where are you getting that from?
No, I'm thinking about the approach rate. Oh, my bad. All right.
Yeah, the approach rate is 7.8 as standard. You don't want to play hidden on this.
That is correct. That is correct. But still, the circle size is averaging around, I believe, 6 or somewhere around
it
there.
Would be
if you
just
opt for
above
Hard Rock.
6, I think.
Right, but if you choose to go for hidden instead, you're having to deal with not what would typically be AR8, but something just rather slightly below that, which is AR 7.8. Might be pushing your comfortability, but still, on a map like this, it's really pushing that sort of awkward aim with those wiggles, which you will see when the map starts.
And Hidden 2, let's see. Because that map isn't really a done deal for Sweden. They played the comparison in round of 32. Both teams played Hidden 2 in both matches. And in round of 32, France beat Sweden on Hidden 2, the AR8, by 500,000. But for round of 16, Sweden beat France on the AR8 Hidden by 500,000. So, AR8 Hidden, AR below 8 Hidden even, isn't really a done deal, but they do seem to have the players for it. Will be Scylla taking the Hidden on Sweden, Thunder taking the Hidden on France. No real overmodding, there's only one extra Hard Rock. Reedcat and Andros both choosing to go that route. Musty with the Hard Rock, the Hard Rock carry for France.
Here you go.
His small circle Hard Rock aim is insane. We will be seeing far more no mod than I would have expected.
And already you can see the wiggles that are coming in. Thunder being the first to break.
Yeah,
Andrews falling off shortly after.
These zigzags are horrible. They are horrible to play if you don't have good flow aim for them.
That's for sure.
Scylla starting to struggle a little bit. Thunder finding his feet. Maybe building his accuracy up to 98%. Hits that zigzag where Scylla misses. Just a little bit more advantage to the side of France. The red team going to be pulling it away with a miss from Psyker 2. There goes their no mod. Only now Reedcat on the Hard Rock. We get into the chorus soon. Reedcat, no. Finding
Musty dropping
a miss.
his full combo now.
They trade. The Hard Rocks trade. And Andros as well.
As we're getting into the stream section, things are still looking really good for France. The Poon's combo securing their lead and pushing it even farther. Meanwhile, in Sweden, they're struggling to just get a consistent combo. Hoping to just stabilize.
Oh, hitting the zigzag. That's the real choke point in this map. The Poon carries his FC into the outro. Puts the team on his back, says, "Alright guys, I got you. I'll take no mod. I'll be a guaranteed FC." And taking us all for a ride, putting on a show.
Look at his accuracy as well, 99.7. Oh, my goodness.
Psycho on the other side, 99%. Finding a little slip up just before the chorus. Wasn't quite enough. Doesn't have enough backup from his team. And France will take a second break point in this match. 3 100s for the Poon, 99.77%, 998k. Not the only S rank, Psyker's was a slider break, very unfortunately.
I find it really interesting. Andros' performance was pretty bad in comparison. He was struggling a lot on those wiggles. Although he did have Hard Rock, making things only harder for him.
Indeed. If you don't have the reading, you're almost forced to take Hard Rock on this pick, and well, Hard Rock's not really a walk in the park on something this small circles. And with that break point, France take it to match point.
Yep.
With their pick. They're in control.
They can make the decision to send Sweden out of this tournament. And it really seems like they're just showing just how strong they are. They have many things going for them. I mean, the one thing that they felt was pretty unconfident, which was speed, and they just completely just opted out of it with the bans. But it seems like they're opting for lower approach rate hidden AR8, something similar to the last map we just saw if you didn't opt for Hard Rock.
Yeah, like I said, is this with the Hard Rock? They won on Hard Rock, they pick Hard Rock. They won on the low approach rate, they pick the low approach rate. What more can you say?
Oh yeah.
Finding their strengths, rolling with it. Hitori no Yoru. Fartovnik map. really, really happy to see Svartovnik mapping for the World Cup. So it's such a gem. He's such a joy. And this one, approach rate 8, it's 5.5 stars, so a little bit on the lower side with star rating, but the aim requirement is there. With OD8 as well, there's 100%. A lot of... Indeed, there's a lot of overlaps, there's a lot of reading involved in this one. It's not quite like the last few AR8 hiddens where there were streams involved. This one is almost purely aim. But there's lots of overlaps, lots of angles, as you said. Definitely catch players out.
Typically, I would put a much higher sort of weight on the overlaps, especially given the rhythm of this map is slightly unpredictable, especially for side readers. But in the other OBC environment, you can expect every single player to be practicing and at least understanding where those different rhythms really are. So I believe the angles are definitely going to be the hardest part.
You would definitely hope players are practicing. Thunder, continuing his streak of finding early misses. Drops a combo. Of course, it is early, as I said. Hoon, though, follows him up. Trades a miss with Psyker.
And Musty also.
Oh no, it slips.
All of a sudden, Sweden in the driver's seat. 3 full combos. The only break is from Psyker. But France isn't out of it just yet. With a full combo from Nero, if they can build some supporting combos nearby and hope that Sweden starts to drop it later on, which there is plenty of map to do so. Things are not completely decided just yet, but Musty does break again. Thunder broke earlier there as well. And the Poon. Ugh, things
really
not looking
seeming
good.
to struggle with this. Oh, there goes the FC though.
Coach. Not.
And Nortz follows it up. Now there's no FCs on the Sweden side, and Nero has a 98% ready to swoop in, steal that lead back. Psyker building up 300. He's doing his best to keep Sweden in the lead, but it's just not going to be enough to fight off an FC. Coach misses again, and Sweden now losing their lead, losing their advantage. France.
Nero's just eating away at it.
Closer and closer, breathing down their necks at this point. They must feel the pressure. Quarter of the map left to go, and it's going to take something major to stop this from advancing. Nortz finds another miss. Nero with the FC will take the lead towards France. And I mean, that's discounting all of the 300 combos that France have now built up. They've found their rhythm. They've found their place in this map. And Thunder finds a miss. But at this point, it will not matter. It's too close to the end of the map. It's going to take something catastrophic for France to drop the ball on this one, but it's not going to happen. Into
Bubble, it's
the
looking
outro.
like a done dealio here.
Into the outro. The last patterns of the map come in. Nero drops his FC, cannot quite bank it, but banks 950,000 points and the point for his team.
Nero showing up on that map. It really looked like France was struggling there at the start, but after gaining some foothold, the supporting combos came through and Nero was taking the lead for his team.
That will
really
be
good
GG,
matchup.
well played. France take it 6 points to 2. Sweden, unfortunately, as this is a loser's bracket match, they are out. Commiserations to them. Really unlucky. They had a strong team, some incredible players, and just can't quite topple the monster stack that France have put up for this match. Very well played by everyone. France will advance into the next round of the losers bracket. Again, will be played this weekend. They have another match to play. You'll be seeing them. And Sweden. Better look next year, guys.
Unfortunately, gone.
Thank you for playing. Wow. Pretty decisive, that one. Pretty conclusive.
Oh yeah, France was showing just their strengths on such a wide variety of maps. It was really putting Sweden into a corner because really, what options do they really have? Because France was really showing they got aim. All right, they literally got rid of speed, which was really one of Sweden's one of their biggest, what I would argue one of their biggest strengths. They showed proficiency and strengths on low approach rates. They just had everything going for them. Still, that concludes it. Sweden versus France is now done. Sweden, unfortunately, will be knocked out of OWC 2020 in the quarterfinals. Not too bad. Not too bad. But France will be advancing to play yet another match, I do believe, tomorrow? I could be wrong.
Indeed, they will. They do have another match this weekend. We will get that info to you when I find it. But for now, yeah, we say goodbye to Sweden and we say hello to another match. There's another match going on, of course, at the moment. We've got Taiwan and Chile. They're just getting into their first map.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Okay, the scores weren't on the board yet. Okay, we're getting into their third map. It will be...
Never Give Up. The free mod 2, I believe?
Mm-hmm. Indeed, free mod 2, circle size 3. Lots of aim. A few bursts. And of course, free mods we'll be seeing hidden on GFMRT and TFGE. And Hard Rock on Zax Raid and Ryzer. No mod on the other players. 1-1. We're joining a match that looked very exciting to me on paper. Taiwan put up a monster performance against Canada in the winners bracket last weekend.
That's true. The Asian teams in general have been showing their strength this year. Even though they're in the losers bracket right now, Taiwan does look very, very strong for this matchup, but you can't count Chile out.
Of course not.
Yet. Especially when
Chile,
they have
of
players
course,
like Intercamping and Matthew.
Put up a monster performance against their opponent last week too, so we've got two teams that could very easily take points from one another. The mechanics advantage, I would argue, lies on the Chilean side, but Taiwan have that consistency historically. They are so good at these early rounds. I think that's a miss from Intercamping.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call it too soon, although I will call it now. Yeah, that is a miss for Intercamping. And FC dropped. Advantage Taiwan. 3 FCs to 2. And in fact, 3 FCs to 1. TFGE drops as well. Zax Raid with a big combo on Hard Rock isn't going to be enough to fight off 4 massive combos now in Taiwan. The lead will grow.
Taiwan is just racing away with this lead. 3 full combos and a very strong supporting combo from Shield. Meanwhile, on Chile's side, Matthew and Zarid still full comboing as well, but just not enough. So we're slowly getting to the end of this map. Time is running out. It really does look like a very decisive point for Taiwan.
Indeed, the ending section, TFGE finds another miss. But look at the consistency. This is exactly what we saw last week from these guys. They haven't lost their touch in this week. Ryzer finds a miss near the end of the map. GFMRT drops his FC too. But it's all too little too late. It's not enough time for Chile to make it back into this one.
Yep, Taiwan
Matthew
takes that
with
point.
the FC. Flask with the FC. 5 100s for him. He takes the top score in the... Oh no, not the top score in the lobby. There are Hard Rock players, of course. Zax Raid will be taking the top score in the lobby. 1 miss for him. Keyboard double tap. Ooh, I know about them.
Oh, yes. You hate to see it.
And that, while it was a win for Taiwan, it was very close. 3.5 to 3.1 million. No double tap there. Maybe it would have swung the other way.
Perhaps. I mean, they were only leading by 1 extra full combo, or 1 big combo in general, for the longest time.
We get to see the bans. We've got No Mod 2, Hard Rock 2 banned by Chile. We've got Hidden 2 and Free Mod 3 banned from Taiwan. I don't think we've seen Free Mod 3 yet. Hasn't been picked yet.
Nope. Not for the last match and not for the previous match either. It seems like people are really just trying to stay away from it, or maybe put on lesser on the priorities for picks.
Although indeed, correct me if I'm wrong, it might have been picked in a match I didn't watch.
You might be correct, but I wasn't there to see it, so...
We do get the info that was a Taiwan pick, so... Chile. In the driving seat, they choose Hidden 1 as their next map. An interesting pick, this one. I must admit, I didn't have time to do any prep for this. I didn't expect to be able to stream this one, but
Me neither.
here it
But
is.
that's
We're
okay.
bringing it to you. Could do some quick research. Look at these teams and look at how they played Hidden in the past.
Just based off of previous information, we do know that Chile, in terms of mechanics, will probably have the edge, especially with players like Matthew on their team. Raw aim skill is just through the roof. But this map really does push consistency. It's not just one set of jumps. It goes over and over again, almost 3-4 times. It's 3-4 sets of jumps. So you really need that consistency in addition to that raw aim skill.
Indeed, and it's definitely a different Hidden map to ones we've seen so far. This Hidden one, much more of the new map style, really. By which I mean it's the skill set that's been added to this map pool. The old Hidden ones, much more techy, much more reading based, and I would even wager Hidden 3 is kind of the Hidden 1 slot. You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
Like a sort of like a, because typically we see
That was a
one
bad
as a sort of tech map, right?
Indeed, yeah.
Sometimes we do occasionally see like a sort of hidden aim style map mirroring a Nomad one, except just with hidden slapped on, right? But this one does sort of fill that role, just with an entirely different aim style, which focuses a lot more on wide angles.
So this one, there's no real comparison. Both teams kind of going into this blind, trusting their instincts. We will be seeing the rosters complete if Bancho allows it. GFMRT, Spines Knight, Flask, and Riser versus Intercambing and 37, TFGE, and Mathy in for Chile. And Taiwan, I would wager the better team on Hidden, so it's interesting to see Chile have picked this. Intercamping though, Mathy as well, number 37. I suppose all of them. You could name any name on that roster and they're good at Hidden.
So yeah.
We will see. We're going into this blind too. Get
Like many
right
other
into
maps
it.
in this pool, things start off pretty immediately with the jumps. After these couple of sliders, we just go straight into the excruciating jumps.
What happened there, Intercamping? Drops on the first slider. Okay. Interesting. Couple of 50s here and there. Number 37 drops on the jumps early on. No misses on the bursts as we head into the first verse. Here's the first breakdown before the first verse. Streams coming in.
Yep, it seems like all
Nobody
players are
having
able to
any
hit
trouble.
it.
Riser, a drop from Taiwan.
That'll slowly
Drops
shift the
to
score
quad.
over back in favor of Chile. Having some issues with the tournament climb, but that is okay.
Having some issues with internet, I think. Might have been a buffering issue there and a double miss. Interesting. Riser and Flask drop on that stream. And that was definitely a miss as well. Their scores aren't counting up as you would expect. Intercamping finds a full screen jump miss. It will be 2 FCs to 2, but the combo advantage on Chile from the 300 that number 37 was holding isn't
Until
anymore.
then,
And TFG drops his FC, is followed by
Matthew also
Matthew.
drops it.
GFMRT, Spines Knight, the 2 FCs left for Taiwan. They're going to be running it away. They're going to be taking it and taking it as far away as possible. Spines Knight drops his FC on a linear pattern.
Yep, just a linear burst, but unfortunately that ruins his combo, and GFMRT is now the only remaining full combo for Taiwan. But when compared to Chile, which now has 0, is absolutely huge, and is slowly going to make the lead that Taiwan has grow bigger and bigger.
Indeed, and he's not the only large combo on the Taiwan side. Riser and Flask both missing the same pattern, but now both with the same combo. 420 they pass. Chile holding a consistent 300 across the board. They have the combo there. Taiwan,
Matthew finding another break.
they're being kept honest. No mistakes. allowed.
Oh, GFMRT does break. That's the last remaining full combo for Taiwan, but with the 2 supporting combos from Ritzer and Flask.
Indeed, they still have very, very slight combo advantage. They don't anymore. Ryzer drops the 700 he's been building. Chile now have the advantage for the first time. They do not, in fact, anymore. Number 37 drops the 500 he was holding. Relatively even, yet again. We've got Flask and Spines Knight mirroring into Camping and TFGE. There's no real advantage for either team at the moment.
But TFGE dropped. Now Intercamming is the only large combo for Chile. Compared to Flask and Spines Knight, it's just going to continue giving the lead over to Taiwan. And with the map slowly running out of time, things are looking dire for Chile. It seems like this point is already over.
Indeed, there's no more time. The spinners come in, signaling the end of the map. The scores now are basically what they're going to be at the ending. 300,000 points in it. And that is another point on the board for Taiwan. And remember, this is a break point. This was picked by Chile.
Yep. Things are not looking good for them. Taiwan is now in the driver's seat. This is their pick, and they're already leading over Chile by 2 points already. Their momentum is building higher and higher, and if they pick the right map, they can basically steamroll this. Still, the question is, you're looking at the board, you're looking at the maps, which is the right decision?
Indeed, we saw a lot of good performance from Taiwan last round. They are going to be very intimidating to be going up against if you're Chile.
That's for sure.
You look at the top scores. You see Taiwan No Mod 1, Taiwan Hard Rock 1, Hard Rock 2. They go for DT.
This one in particular,
Interesting pick.
yeah, around 240 BPM, more aim heavy, but also straining on the hand if you're not prepared for the bursts that are littered throughout the map.
Definitely an interesting pick, this one. I would have said leaned more to the side of Chile. They've got Matty into camping. But hey, what do I know? I'm not on their team. These guys know more than I do. They've done their prep, they've done their research, practiced. And I'll say again, if you're Taiwan, you're going into this incredibly confident.
Seems like they're taking some extra time with their roster pick though. Still 2 open slots, but they soon fill it with Ritzer and GFMRT returning again. Chile though, intercamping Sarid, TFGE, and Mathy. Lots of returning names as well. I do believe this is something completely different for this matchup. I believe this is the first speed map picked, which could actually set the stage. If Chile were to win this map, things might show an opportunity for them to start leaning more towards speed. We'll see based off this pick.
Maybe it might. Yeah, you've got to have a lot of confidence if you're Taiwan, and honestly, you can't blame them. They were, I will pull out the stats and the figures. They were 3rd on the average team score, 2nd only to the United States and then to Canada, who were 1st. So that was a match and a half, honestly, between them and Canada. And now to find them in losers bracket, they are going to take it by storm if they continue on. Chile have to put up a monster performance to fight back against this, and honestly, it looks like they might at the moment. It's early on in the map, but there's already 2 misses from Taiwan, and Ryzer really seeming to struggle a little bit to get into the speed.
That's true. 2 early breaks from Taiwan. All right, they are still relatively early. Lots of time in the map for them to recover. but that will give the initial lead over to Chile. Overall, you could really use accuracy in order to help determine just how comfortable players are, and for the most part, it seems like everyone's just chilling on this map.
Indeed.
98, 99.
I would argue, going off that logic, Matthew would be the most comfortable, but he's the one that finds the miss on the Chile side. 3 FCs to 2 now, and the 2 that aren't FCs on Taiwan are up near 500 combo. Still a very, very slight advantage to Chile, but as I said, very slight. Shield and TFG trade their FCs. Zaxraid
also
finds a massive drop. He falls apart. And that will be advantage Taiwan. They're going to be pulling the lead back in their favor incredibly quickly. The score is not going up for Chile, but it's rocketing for Taiwan, and that gap is closing. They are
Intercamming, dropping the last full combo for Chile. GFMRT still full comboing on Team Taiwan, and things are looking very, very bad for Chile. Taiwan brings the lead back over into their favor. GFMRT still full comboing with a supporting combo from Zane. Meanwhile, on Chile, Matthew's the biggest combo, but there are no supporting combos to really back him up.
Zaxraid trades with Shield. Combo reset for both of them, but look at the other 3 players. There's really no matching GFMRT at the moment. And we're getting to the end of the map too. Everyone's going to see where they stand. They're going to see
how the tables have turned.
They're going to see these scores. Zane and GFMRT carrying it home for Taiwan. Matthew really doing his best. 99.5% accuracy. Incredibly comfortable on this, but accuracy doesn't make score. Combo does. And he doesn't have an FC right now. It wouldn't have changed much. Not quite enough points in it to close that gap. Close up the lead. It's over 500,000.
And GFMRT, the star player, showing up. When things look dire for Taiwan, he showed up, maintaining the full combo, bringing the score back with the supporting scores from Taiwan as well. Absolutely insane performance. Let's go.
5 100s. 7 from Riser, but the 6 misses. Drop his accuracy considerably. 4 points to 1 though. That was Taiwan taking their own pick.
Things didn't really look too bad for Chile though. I mean, in terms of raw speed, it seems like they were really able to perform, especially at a map that's 240 BPM. Wouldn't really shut the door for speed for Chile. They've got options, that's for sure. I think what they were really struggling on was really just that raw aim for that map.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit too fast, a little bit too difficult. Consistency gets exponentially harder when the difficulty does. Free mod 1. The last free mod
1.
1 banned from Taiwan, 1 picked by Taiwan, and 1 picked by Chile. A good spread. This one, we saw it in the last match, but we'll talk about it again for anyone who wasn't here. AR 7.8. The lowest approach rate I think we've seen so far. Even on DT maps. I don't think there's been a DT map below AR8.
You're definitely right on that. But this is definitely one of those maps where you really just pick your poison. Do you want really, really small circle size or averaging around 6 CS? Or do you want to suffer the low approach rate with hidden? Of course, you only need to do 2 mods per team, 1 hidden and 1 hard rock. You can opt for an overmod if you'd like, but honestly, for a map like this, do you really want to do that? Who knows?
Well, do you really want to overmod? Or do you really want to play hard no mod on this? It's AR 7.8. Nobody's going to be used to playing this sort of approach rate on no mod. If you're used to AR8,
practice.
Indeed, if you're used to AR8, it's relatively easy to adjust to it, but it is just that little step lower.
Not to mention, that's just the stats of the map itself. In terms of the actual mapping, the wiggles are just... Oh, they're tough, dude. They're tough.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing some zigzag streams. Who do you think is going to be taking the mods on this then, Ed? Who's going to sacrifice himself for Hidden?
Who's going to take the bait? As we're starting to see rosters being finalized. Taiwan, GFMRT, Spines Knight, Ritzer. And they do one last minute sub out for Shield.
My guess into Cambing and GFMRT, I think, are going to take the Hidden. They're going to take the hit.
Nobody wants to do it.
But of course, who knows?
We'll figure that out momentarily. Seems like Chile's roster has finally been finalized. Enter Cambing, Jareed, TFGE, and number 37. Both teams took their sweet time to really find these rosters. For a map like this, you really have to. You got many options. Who's going to pick the mod? What mod are you going to pick? Who's playing no mod? Free mod really tosses that up. We might actually see more preparation time than actual map time. This map is actually one of the shorter maps, being only 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
There's 2 Hiddens.
2 Hiddens? Wait,
Chile
we're seeing
take
4
double
mods
hidden.
on Taiwan and 3 mods on Chile. Both teams opting to overmod.
Now I'm meant to be non-biased, but I want Chile to win this now. That is as they say, ballsy.
Did we
And
just
I
see
think
a
that's
disconnect
a
from Chile?
disconnect. That will be an abort.
All right, let's try this again from the top.
2 Hiddens. Do you take 2 Hiddens on this?
I wouldn't
You
take
don't.
a hidden.
You do not. You don't.
I'm just speaking from my own experience, all right? When it comes to low approach rate hidden, all right, especially on wiggle streams like this, it's so hard to keep track of the stream. It's like the
I think we might have lost you. Okay. I think we've lost Ed.
Hello?
Hello. Interesting. What happened there?
I think my mouse disconnected. Hold on just one moment. I'll switch out the battery.
Oh dear. Right. Well, IGN comes in. I think we saw this last week. I think number 37 took a disconnect. Same map, same sort of place last week. Although I'd have to go back and check that. Interesting one, this one. We saw a kind of parallel to it in the last map pool. There's another AR8. It was a little bit higher approach rate, arguably a little bit easier, arguably a lot easier than this.
All right, we should be back.
Welcome back. We're getting into it.
Let's
IGN
go.
subbing in for number 37, taking Hard Rock. There is no... Why do you take 2 Hiddens on this? That's suicide.
Both teams are opting for 4 mods. What?
Why do you take 2 Hiddens on this?
That just seems like such an unnecessary risk. And already we're seeing breaks. Spines
One on
Knight
Hard
and
Rock, one on
GFMRT.
Hidden.
Normally, I would say that breaks at the start aren't really that big of a deal, but these are on like literally the patterns that are littered throughout the map. Wiggles on wiggles on wiggles, and they're literally everywhere. Shield breaks as well.
They have so much guts to be double hiddening this. The hitting, the
TFGE
wiggles into
breaking.
camping does anyway. TFGE finds a miss. Combo advantage still on Chile though. It's the 1FC on Riser. Spine's Knight building up a good combo. A little early slip up, but now stable again.
Still, the lead is in favor of Chile. All those breaks over on Taiwan, not helping them.
Miss.
Getting into the stream section now. GFMRT finds a break. IGN finds a break. Enter Camping still playing extremely well.
It's the first wiggle, hits the first zigzag stream. Riser still there for Taiwan. If Chile falls apart, it is intercamming versus Riser now. In fact, everyone missing during these stream sections. The second wiggle comes in and intercamming misses it. Riser follows through with his FC into the outro. Now, can he build up 200,000 points of lead? It's all on him. It's all for him to play for right now.
With just a quarter of the map
combo
left. Time
on
is
every
running
other
out.
player. Time ticks down. He's a quarter of the way from the end. The
The
wiggle
score is
streams.
dropping so fast.
The wiggle streams are coming in. Shield and GFMRT find misses. That's not going to help Riser's quest to take this point back for Taiwan. Getting into the ending. Wiggles are spacing out. He's hitting them all. He's getting the points, but it's not quite enough. Chile hold on to combos towards the end.
The supporting
and
combos are just not there for
seal
Taiwan.
it for them. They take double hidden on approach rate 7.8 and bank the point for themselves on their own pick. Now, that it may not be the most impressive scoreline, but that is the most impressive play to me. That is ballsy, and it paid off. They have so much guts to take that, and arguably hidden, definitely hidden, the hardest mod on this.
That's crazy. I'm
They take the
speechless.
point.
That's such a massive risk to take, and it definitely paid off for Chile.
A great play from Risers, nothing to dismiss. 11 100s, 99.17% on that. Very difficult. Chile though, I am impressed. They just won this match for me.
They won your heart. Still, if Chile is looking to win this match and not get sent out of OWC 2020, they need 4 more points. Meanwhile, Taiwan only needs 2. Still, it's over. The pick is going over back towards Taiwan, I believe.
Indeed. Both teams now have 2 picks left. Taiwan is in the driving seat right now, where if they take both of their points, they win this match hands down. Chile need a break point. They need to return fire.
That's true. They're starting to run out of time. They're starting to run out of room. If they want more wiggle room, they need to win this pick. And here we go. Nomad 5. Another speed map. Pretty similar to the previous DT map that we saw Taiwan pick before. 235 BPM instead of 240. But it does have a sort of balance between aim and speed. Lots of linear style patterns as well.
Indeed. This one, circle size 3.8, approach rate 9.6. So, relatively similar. OD9 2. 2 minutes 57. 6.6 stars. I mean, the similarities, the list just goes on. The differences being, as you said, slightly slower. A little more aim requirement. Streams are a little bit longer, so a little bit more stamina, potentially. But on paper, this is a good pick for Taiwan. They won DT1. This is relatively similar. They should win this.
Those are the stats on paper, but we've seen in the tournament situation, toss-ups happen. All sorts of things can happen in a tournament setting. So we'll see if Chile has the balls, like on the previous match, to really try to take this point away from Taiwan. There's no mod to add here, just raw skill.
We see similar rosters for DT1 in. Yunha swapping in for Taiwan. I think their first map this match. though we did miss the first 2 maps of the match, so they could have been in before now. And we will get going into camming Zaxraid, TFGE, and Mathy for Chile. And Shield, Yunha, GFMRT, and Riser for Taiwan.
Here we
Getting
go.
into No Mod 5.
Again, this is Taiwan's pick. All right. Chile needs a break point, so they're looking to try to take this point away from Taiwan. But if Taiwan wants this victory, they're gonna have to earn it. That's for sure. The last DT map, the DT1 pick, still relatively close. We saw it mainly determined by aim rather than speed.
Would you agree that this is possibly the best map, or the best chance to take that breakpoint back?
I would actually agree, 100%. And it actually seems like it's going in that favor with Yunha. First break on the board, giving this the initial lead over to Chile.
It is early on in the map, and it's 3 minutes long. It's not the shortest map in the pool, not the longest either, but there is ample time for things to change, comebacks to happen,
One of the highest combos,
catastrophes to befall the teams.
Into the first course.
This far more dense with bursts, densely packed with stream sections and burst sections, as well as a couple of 1/3 sections scattered throughout. You want your wits about you, you want that accuracy on those sections, or you can just spam them and hit them, really.
Oh yeah.
As long as they don't catch you off guard. And seemingly so far, everyone settling in. And this, quite possibly the more precarious situation when everyone's FCing, everyone's comboing. The tension builds incredibly quickly. Everyone hitting the 1/3s may be caught out. Transition between 1/3 and triples can be jarring, but everyone used to it, everyone prepared for it. Zaxraid finds the miss for the Chile side.
That's actually a huge break, absolutely huge. That's their first full combo down, but because of how late this break is, literally right in the halfway point, it's going to slowly shift the lead back over to Taiwan. But
in fact, it will not. GFMRT has found a break.
Oh, I didn't even realize. Wait, that's absolutely massive for Chile.
So Zaxraid with the 200 will be bigger than GFMRT, but TFGE drops his combo. 2 full combos to 1. Yunha now down. Riser and TFGE trade as well. So Shield, Intercamming, and Mathy are the only FCs left, and that's 2 for Chile, 1 for Taiwan, and there's low combos all across the board throughout. Zaxraid building back up 400 combo, and Yunha finds another miss. 2 still for Chile. They're holding really strong, getting into the closing stages of this map.
Mathy and Intercamming absolutely performing out of their mind. High accuracy plays. Shield being the last remaining full combo for Taiwan. But his accuracy
can't do it alone.
there to match it. And you're right. With no supporting combos really to back him up, there's not really much he can do alone.
And that closes out the map.
Just like that, Chile gets a break point against Taiwan.
Indeed. With the best chance of taking it, they do just that. 99.14 for Intercamming, 99.39 for Mathy. He fixes his earlier 1 miss on that DT. He says, I'm not making the same mistake again. Shield does his best to keep his team in it, but his team just cannot quite match him. Support from Zaxraid and TFGE mean Chile take that point, put it on the board, and it is 4-3. With
Isn't
Chile
Chile's
to pick.
Yep, 100%. If they pick
Where
the
do they
right
go?
decision, they might be able to even things up.
Where do they go? What do you think they're going to go for?
Honestly, I still feel like speed favors Chile just very slightly for Chile. So I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them go for one of the DT picks. But honestly, Taiwan isn't really too far behind as well, right?
So which of the DT picks, which of the picks do you think would be the best for Chile? And remember, they have 2 picks left. Taiwan only have 1. It's pretty much even up right now. In order for it not to go to tiebreaker, one of these 2 teams has to take another breakpoint.
That's true. Honestly, I would probably lean more towards DT2. I feel like it's a lot more stamina based, all right, rather than aim based. I feel like that would be a much better decision, a lot less of a risk compared to DT3, which is literally the fastest map in the pool.
Yeah, I would say I agree. Possibly even DT4 too. It's AR 10.3 and it's very stamina heavy, with, as you said, a finger control element to it too. So that's kind of mathy territory there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But no. DT3.
DT3, they opt for the fastest map in the pool. Fucking almost, I believe, 260 BPM. Just a little slightly under it. Lots of bursts, lots of streams. But also plenty of opportunities to just relax and develop your stamina again. I feel like this is a much higher risk compared to the other DT maps, because if they actually blunder on this, that's going to open up a huge opportunity for Taiwan to really capitalize off of it, after realizing that Taiwan can basically outscale Chile in speed. But indeed, we'll see how it goes.
Now, there were two ways that they could have taken that pick, I think. There were two trains of thought that you could go along. Is that last pick, they won it because of the speed, and if it was the speed, they would have picked DT2 or DT4. Or, that last pick, they won it because of aim, and if it's aim that they won it because of, you go for this. It's just over 255 BPM. I can't quite do the maths in my head at the moment, but
it's fast. I think we can agree on that.
257.5? Question mark? I'm not sure.
Bordering right on that 260.
No, 250, 258. 258 BPM. And again, not the shortest map in the pool, so there's lots of time to make blunders. Drop a miss, kind of misread a pan. Let human error creep in. But of course, it's the same way for both teams, and after that loss on speed, it's a kind of 1-1. Definitely go either way on this one. Who
So
should we
this
look
is
out
Chile.
for on this?
This is Chile's pick. I think the star players 100% over on their side is going to be intercamming in Matthew. They've been showing up again and again when it comes to these speed maps. Taiwan, though, they also have their own roster. GFMRT has also been performing extremely well on these maps in general. Rise are not too far behind.
We're getting into it. See the speed already, the speed element, the burst at the start.
Oh yeah, huge accuracy drop from a lot of players. Just getting used to that speed increase. Not easy. We should see that even out very soon. TFGE finding the first break. And arguably one of the calmer sections.
And there you see that aim element that we were talking about. And this is on the burst too, just misaims the end of it. Doesn't quite follow it properly. You can have all the speed in the world, but if you're missing the notes, if you're not got your cursor over them, you're not going to be hitting them. I've got a little bit of client trouble.
Yeah, the client's bugging out for me. But just based off the performance that we saw initially, TFGE is going to give the initial lead over to Taiwan. And as the tournament client is patching back up, we will figure out
Zaxraid having a little bit of trouble.
Is that a disconnect or?
Bancho. Internet. Wake up. TFMRT finds another miss. Matty holding an FC. Mirrored by Riser, so it's all eyes on those two really, and Matty finds the drop.
That's actually a huge break as well. Unless Zari has a full combo, Taiwan.
Indeed.
With Riser, 800 combo, absolutely massive with two supporting combos, Shield and Yunha.
Might be Zaxraid timing out. Shield drops. but at the moment it's 600,000 points. It would be closer if we could see what Zaxraid was scoring, but we cannot. Matthew finds another miss. Loses any hopes of combo he'd been building, and we're a quarter of the way from the end with 700,000 points of difference between these two teams.
It's really hard to tell what's going on, but just based off the performance of Riser alone, it really looks extremely well off for Taiwan.
Oh, and there's Zaxraid. He's so early into the map. Hello.
Oh, yeah. We'll probably have to wait here for a while just to see him catch up.
Might even be over by now.
Honestly. And we were just we made
oh my god!
To bring it
Why?
back just to see the ending.
No way! We missed that?
So Chile managed to bring it back?
We missed that. How did we miss that? That's really not fair.
Wait. Zareed actually, with a massive combo, a supporting combo from TFGE as well.
I want to shout out.
What?
13,740 points in that pick. Chile. It didn't look like the right decision to us, but seemingly they knew what they were doing.
They clenched
They barely scraped that one. That was as close gets.
It's a shame we couldn't
It's
see it.
4-4.
It really looked like Taiwan was running away with it for a time being.
We're all tied up into a best of 3.
We
And
could
what have we got
potentially see a
left?
tiebreaker here, honestly.
What have we got left? We got No Mod 1, we got No Mod 3 and No Mod 6, Hidden 3, Hard Rock 3, DT 2 and 4. Where did they go? What did Taiwan pick? What have they been finding success on? What have they been not so comfortable on? Has that shaken them at all? The mental game in this is definitely going to be playing a part right now. If you're Taiwan, you're going into this match thinking, yeah, we're the better team.
But even with that mindset, Chile is stepping up their game. They've managed to tie up the score again. And now with Taiwan's pick,
Indeed,
what did they do?
If you go in thinking, yeah, we're the better team, we're gonna win this, I think. Let's look at the next match we have to play. And now you're 4-4 in a best of 3 scenario against Chile. No Mod 6 is gonna be the pick. Piano X Forte, mapped by Devious Panda. Best map in the pool.
the best map in the pool that I can't play. It's a tough one, I'll tell you that. 1/6 rhythms right in the middle of 1/4.
Yeah, we've got every form of beat snap in this. We've got pretty much every beat snap divisor. 3 minutes long is 140 BPM, and we're going to be seeing streams at that BPM. We're going to see trills. We're going to see quads. There's a bit of everything in this one. Everything except aim component, really.
Even with the aim component not being as pressured, there are definitely sections where if you're not careful, you can easily slip up.
Yeah, indeed. It is approach rate 9.4, so nothing really to struggle with. OD 8. And the star rating, you can really see the aim requirement in this one. It's 5.4 stars. It's lower, in fact, than the hidden AR8 map. So it's all to do with rhythm here. You're going to be really taxed on your accuracy. OD8 is going to kind of forgive you a little bit, but that also means that note lock is going to be present. You want to be on point with this. You cannot slip up for a second. Taiwan, in my mind, has the player for this. GFMRT, you see him with Hidden Hard Rock on this sort of map all the time. There is... anything like this gets ranked, even qualified, he's probably got a Hidden or a Hidden Hard Rock play on it, depending on the aim component. His rhythm sense is incredible. He can hold combo too. If he slips up on the rhythm on one of these, he can just hold through it, sacrifice his accuracy, and just go straight through. And they've got intercamping, Mathy, IGN, TFGE on Chile. Taiwan backing up GFMRT. They've got Flask, Shield, and Spines Knight. Now this. First map in our best of 3. Saving potentially the best till last.
Hopefully we'll
Their
actually be able to see this one if Bancho is actually cooperative with us.
Yeah, their final gambits. Is this something that they've saved in reserve in case they ever get to this sort of scenario? TFGE, an early miss from him. Not going to matter too much on something like this where accuracy plays a major factor. IGN Shield trade their misses. 3 combos to 2.
Still, these misses are very, very early relative to the entirety of this map. GFMRT also finding a break as well, but things are actually going to start like building up. So we're starting to get more and more into the map.
You've got a lot of time to get comfortable with this sort of thing. Chile have the advantage right now in combo. They don't have it in accuracy, however. Taiwan are holding on to it. Slightly lagging in combo. Intercamping, though, does find a drop, and his FC is down. He's off the board.
Still so close.
IGN as well.
Taiwan
Big combo from him.
Building a lead for themselves. IGN finding another break, but we're starting to get into the actual map. Things are picking up.
So it's looking like everyone has gotten their rhythm. They found their groove. They're in the zone.
I just want to point out Matthew and Shield, their accuracies relative for this map is insane. Absolutely
Indeed,
insane.
yeah, a couple of back drops for Spines Knight, and there goes the FC, the final FC that was remaining for Taiwan on Flask. Big combos, however, are supporting it. So not much loss, not much gained for Chile. They are right there. They're breathing down their necks.
IGN with another break, though. Matthew with a massive combo still. Showing extreme comfort with this style of map.
Indeed.
TFG not too far behind as well. Spines Knight, though.
Anything here could seal it, and TFGE does find combo break for himself. Taiwan looking cool, stable as ever. Finding no real issue with this sort of thing. Absolutely bread and butter. Spines Knight drops 1,000 combo, but the supporting combos are there. Shield, GFMRT fighting off Matthew and intercamping is a slight advantage for Chile, and not anymore. Intercamping drops.
As we're getting to the end of the map, Matthew still full combo, but GFMRT with a massive
Shield.
1,000 combo.
Shield is down.
Matthew drops and that's
slowly
over.
bringing it back, but yeah.
All the combos are basically gone, but the advantage is there for Taiwan. Such a massive lead, thanks to the damage done by Spines Knight Shield and GFMRT.
You can really see how tough a map like this is.
Just like that, Taiwan wins their own pick. Has pushed things into a match point. Chile is now fighting for tiebreaker.
But looking at the map pool, they've got the maps to do it.
They've got options.
They've got so many options here, and this could very easily be tiebreaker if they play their cards right.
I think this would be a really exciting tiebreaker as well.
Indeed. Just maybe not quite as close as 13k this time. Or if it is, I at least hope we get to cast it. Either way, a good pick for Taiwan. They saved their trump card. They get that all-important final point on the board. It is match point, but it's only a single match point. And it is Chile's pick. There's nothing really to put extra pressure on Chile anymore. They do have that pressure where if they lose their pick, they are out. They lose the match. However,
it is losers bracket. And they're gone forever.
No mod 3. Interesting.
That is very interesting.
That was not at all what I expected.
I was expecting something in the DT realm. I'll be completely honest.
That was not at all what I expected. No mod 3.
Especially
Okay,
since the
we've
previous
got-
map was also like a little alt style, finger control type of thing, right? This is mainly just pure alt and just flow aim, mirroring the previous map, but Chile opting for it.
Yeah, we've got Huyu, Nante United. 6.2 stars, 150 BPM. 3 minutes 18 in length. This will be the last pick of the match. The last pick by either of our two teams. After this, it goes to tiebreaker if Chile take the victory on their point. 6.2 stars. Lots of linear aim in this. You could almost say it's a match for No Mod 2, just drop 50 BPM.
True.
So we're going to be seeing the people who can stream slowly. Lots of spacing. The circles rarely ever touch in a map like this.
Yeah, the flow aim is going to be absolutely massive on a map like this. With the spacing constantly changing, you're always having to decelerate, accelerate, and just snap on so many different patterns. But overall, the difficulty of the map still stays relatively the same throughout the map. It's just constant difficulty and consistency, I'd say.
I am still incredibly surprised they picked this.
I am as well. I honestly feel like DT would have been a much better pick. What would you opt for if you were in Chile's position?
I would have gone straight in for DT2.
I agree, 100%. Well, we'll see whether or not this was a mistake on them.
Indeed, they must know things we don't.
Insider information.
Of course it's insider information. The teams know about themselves.
Or maybe they just want to play this map for the song. There's been a lot of fans around the whole VTuber thing.
Oh god.
I'm just saying, dude.
Don't want to know. Didn't ask.
The world's best VTuber, am I right?
It's a good job I don't have any audio on my side of the stream.
Alright, here we go. With a map like this, obviously, with no mod. Actually, I forgot which mod this is, but this is the alt map. One of the hardest parts of this map are really just the wiggle patterns, which you can play just by like aiming it through like a line. But that could also be a pretty risky option. We'll see.
It's a lot more difficult to do that. You have to be a lot more precise to aim those wiggly streams.
Definitely.
I have to think of the word I was saying there as I was saying it. Never a good idea. Starting off though, relatively strong. You can see lots of spacing in the patterns here. The linear, you could even call them bursts, streams, whatever you want to call them.
Alt. Oh, Shield finds a break. That's a pretty massive combo from Taiwan. Now gone.
Indeed, and that was right before a slower section. Intercamming follows it up, but he's extended the lead for Chile a little bit. Advantage. However,
again breaks.
Yeah, trade. Advantage at the moment. Shield with a miss is still on the side of Taiwan. They have the two FCs. Chile don't quite have two. TFG missed relatively early on and misses again. He drops his big 600 combo, and it's two FCs now to one. Chile really on the back foot. Their own pick. They wanted to pick something they had the most confidence in. This was it. This is their final choice. IGN with a miss in the slower section. It's not looking good. The lead flickers over to Taiwan, the red side.
Intercamping finding a break as well, not helping their cause. Matthew trying their hardest to hold on, but when you're up against two full combos with only one on your team, there's not really much you can do. Taiwan, two full combos with two supporting combos, now at the 400 combo mark. Things are looking bad for Chile.
Things are looking awful, Ed. It's a third of the map to go, and the lead is only going to grow from here. It's 200k. It's going to be 300k in about 10 seconds time.
Slider breaks him in the camping and
slider.
A GFMRT, Flask, Matthew. Unrelenting.
Oh no. Come on, don't do this to his client. Oh, thank God. See, the map doesn't really drop in difficulty throughout. It stays pretty consistent. So if you're going to be finding misses, you can find misses pretty much anywhere on the map. We've seen this from Shield, Spines Knight, into Cambing even.
And we're having some more client
Matthew
issues, but it looks
holding
pretty
on
much
for as long as he
sealed.
can.
Honestly, the only hope we can really have for Chile at this point is for GFMRT and Flash to both just suddenly break and Matthew to hold on. But
Indeed,
honestly,
there's
at
no
this
supporting
point,
combos.
yeah, there's just no time left. And with Matthew breaking there, if that's a real break, it's over. It's over. Like,
It's
this is
over.
it.
It's all she wrote. The last pick of the match. Their last attempt to get a point on the board. GFMRT doesn't even need to finish playing the map. Will be a point for Taiwan, and it will be the match point converted.
That's it.
As I said, someone needs to find a break point for it not to go to tiebreaker. Taiwan do just that. 988k for Flask, 5 100s on this. Very impressive score from him. We await the score from GFMRT, but it's gonna be slightly behind. Matthew doing his best to keep his team in it, not quite enough. Incredible match, this one. But it will conclude with Taiwan being the victors, 6 points to 4.
I would argue a much closer match than I expected. Almost bringing them to tiebreaker.
I would
Chile.
say you're correct with that.
Taiwan was definitely given a huge obstacle to overcome here. Much bigger than they thought. But they do come out as the victors, 6-4, avoiding
Chile.
the tiebreaker.
They did such a good job. They played so well. They played against the third best team from last weekend. They played incredibly, and I cannot overstate how impressed I am. Unfortunately, though, they were playing against the third best team from last weekend.
You hate to see it.
Continue to put up those scores that they're known for. They take the match 6-4. Congratulations to Taiwan. Commiserations, and very, very well played to Chile. That was a joy to watch.
That was fascinating. But unfortunately, that's going to be the end for us. We'll have to start preparing for our own matches now.
Oh yeah. One more. One match for both of us still to come this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And hey, yours is later today.
Yep. And you're going to be commentating it, aren't you?
Am I? That's news
not
to me.
sure. Well, we can check the schedule. But either way, that wraps up our jobs over here. Thank you guys very much for watching. I'll see you guys back in approximately 1 hour, but unfortunately, none of us, I believe, will be there to commentate for it. I believe that wraps things up then.
I think I will be coming back in an hour. However,
I
yeah.
see. Well, best of luck, Bubbleman.
Thank you very much. Always a joy to cast, Ed.
My pleasure. All right, boys.
Yeah.
Have a good one, dudes.
We'll close it
Peace
out.
out.